Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Salam.
Testing audio okey tak?
Okay.
Okay.
I try mute myself. Nanti bagi tahu dapat
Okay.
dengar tak. Okay, I mute sekarang.
Dengar. Tak dengar dah. Dengar. Dengar.
Oh, okay. So saya boleh mute audio still on.
Okay.
Amirul. Amirul. Bila doktor masuk semalam, kau terus naik dia jadi panelis ke macam mana? Kau right click jadi panelis ke atau kau masuk?
Kena manually upgrade dia pergi kat attendees, kena upgrade dia pergi panelis.
Oh.
Sebabnya semalam waktu doktor guna tukar background tu kan dia keluar balik. Dia masuk balik, still jadi attendees juga.
Kenapa tak add dia dalam panelis tu?
Add dia dalam panelis. Maksudnya macam mana?
Yeah, I'm sharing screen
Okay.
Ya, ni cuba masuk kan? Share. Kenapa tak update dia dalam ni? This one I can remove. Let's say kalau dah penuh kan. Tapi dia memang tak boleh add Sebelum ni dia ada macam ada list untuk kita add tau. Kita tak boleh add lah. Gerak, tak apa. Buat macam tu lah. Dia masuk.
Buat macam yang semalam je lah.
Yes.
Terus upgrade lah terus.
Alright. Okay, baik. Continue balik. Continue balik, Kus. dengar. Tak dengar audio dan tak nampak slide. Try balik share your screen.
Audio okay.
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 Registration start 8:30 eh? Mus, Dr. Carol ada tanya pasal participation. Max 1,000 kan? Nero tahu ke? Max 1,000 kan?
Hari tu tak silap Mus beritahu dia open untuk 1,000.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, 1,000. No issue. 1,000.
Okay.
Morning.
Hi,
Morning.
morning.
Assalamualaikum.
Soundtrack music. Okay or not?
Okay. Maybe we can slow down a little bit.
I try to stop the music without changing the slide. See what. Okay or not? So I stop the music right now. Play again.
Hi, Mr. Andy Roy. Morning, Selamat Raya. We do our voice testing now.
Yep.
So you're still on mute, Carol. The Carol, you need to unmute yourself first.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Andy Roy here.
Morning, Doctor.
Morning.
Carol.
Yeah.
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 Uh,
Thank you. Thank you for accepting our invitation to be our speaker.
Not at all. It is my utmost pleasure and honor to be invited. Alia is a good friend, an
Oh, I
ex-colleague.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Good.
right. So and somehow I'm a ex-student of UiTM, so I feel it's
Yeah.
an obligation to actually contribute back.
Yeah. Yeah. It's good to give back to your alma mater. That's what we do. Normally, we try to give back our alma mater.
Sure.
Just to give some sort of recognition to them, and also for our coming students and also the students here, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think Mr. Farid Basir also alma mater from UiTM. Yeah.
Okay. It's good to know.
So yeah, good. Yes, so we have two.
Yeah.
You are from Sabah or Sarawak?
I'm from Kuching, Sarawak.
Kuching Sarawak. Okay, good. Yeah.
What about yourself, Doctor?
I've been serving UiTM for many years, more than 30 years I've been with UiTM. And yeah, so I retired before the pandemic, little bit before the pandemic. But I still contribute to UiTM by teaching part-time, right? So Shah Graduate Business School has been my teaching place for the last 10 years, right? Yeah. So I think you know about AAGBS, right? It's a graduate school. So we are actually a separate graduate school from the business faculty.
I was before I did my MBA with Inti, I was shopping around and trying to find a suitable MBA school for me to pursue my MBA. But due to the distance, because I'm staying in Nilai, so and I couldn't comprehend the fact that I'm going to drive all the way to Shah Alam, then after that to Nilai. So,
yeah.
yeah.
So you did
probably
at
now.
Inti, you did at Inti, right?
Yes, Doctor. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did at Inti. Just my convocation was early this year. Just
Okay.
finished. Yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, but now I think we have students from the distance, because since the online mode for the last 2 years of the pandemic, we had a few students from outstation as well, because they're able to join online learning. But I don't know about the next intake, because we're going back to physical learning already. So if you're going back to physical learning, then some students will have to fly to and fro. Yeah. I don't know. Some students prefer online mode, some students prefer the physical learning method, so different, different needs and different preferences. Yeah. So thank you for
Yeah.
joining, and I hope that we have a fruitful session, right? Yeah.
Yeah, will do.
So can we put on the music so for others to come in? Yes.
So I'm going to mute myself and stop my video for a while and then
Yeah.
finishing up my
Yes.
slides. Yeah.
Okay, can. Yeah. All right. Who's the music? They put on the background music. Slideshow. Slideshow.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, and welcome to Global Business Strategy Webinar 2022. Our Honorable Advisor, Dr. Carol Teo Boon Choi, our respective speakers of the day, Mr. Z. Feti, Mr. Andy Roysian, Mr. Chan Kaolong, and Mr. Muhammad Farid Shah bin Muhammad Basir, and to all the audience that came today. My name is Azra Dahia, and I'll be the moderator for today's webinar. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank all the audience for your time, interest, and participation in this webinar. Your presence during these Hari Raya occasions is much appreciated. To bless the occasion of the webinar program, we would like to welcome Encik Ainuddin to recite the doa.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, Ya Rahim, praise be to God, the Lord of the world. Peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions and for those who followed his example till the judgment day. Allahumma Ya Allah, on this blessed morning in conjunction with the webinar program, we beseech thee and grateful towards you in favor of all the infinite blessing to us, your humble servant, to live in safe and prosperous life. We seek your blessing for a flawless progress of this event from the beginning till the end. We seek your guidance to steer clear of events that will detrimental the progress of this event. Ya Latif, Ya Rahman, please bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah. Please guide us to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world and the hereafter. Make us a responsible intellectual, granted us with a valuable knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind in order to gain your maratillah. Make us your righteous servant that follow your commands and neglect the sinful act. Please forgive us for all our wrongdoings. Ya Munzilal al-Barakat, bestow peace to our beloved country, Malaysia. Preserve us from any threat and disaster, neither man-made nor natural disaster. And to you, Ya Allah, we ask for security and prosperity upon us, our leaders, and our country. Bestow patience in us in order to face the challenges from you. Please accept our deeds and please reward us accordingly. ربنا عليك توكلنا وإليك أنبنا وإليك المصير ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Mr. Ainuddin, for the doa recitations. Before moving on to the next agenda, organizing committee would like to remind few housekeeping rules. Number 1, each speaker is given 30 minutes for their presentation and we follow with 10 minutes Q&A after the session ends. Number 2, since this webinar is hosted under webinar mode, all the participants will be automatically muted during the presentations. But worry not, you are still allowed to communicate. So there goes the number 3 rules. Participants are encouraged to utilize emoji inside the WebEx application to express any emotion along the webinar. And last, if you have any question during the sessions, please drop your question in the chat box and respective speaker will answer the questions after the session ends. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic chosen for this webinar is very significant in our today's working world, and it even started before the pandemic and become more significant during and after the pandemic. It is important for us to be well prepared and well informed about the changes that is happening not only at global level, but also within the Malaysia itself. Today with us, we have 4 great speakers with huge experience in digitalization market and have impacted the country landscape on how to do business in digital events. Therefore, the title chosen for this webinar is The Future of Business and Work, Accelerating Growth in the New Digital Economy. And we hope this sharing session will benefit to all of us in our future endeavor. To begin this webinar, we are pleased to have Dr. Carol Teo Boon Choi, our advisor, to deliver the opening speech.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me? Is it loud enough? All right. First and foremost, a very good morning to all of you who are present on this Saturday morning to join our webinar. I would like to take this opportunity to wish all our Muslim guests friends and participants, Selamat Hari Raya Aidilfitri. We are still in a festive mood and thank you for joining us. This webinar forms part of the students project under the course Global Business Strategy. At Arshad Ayub Graduate Business School, the MBA students are given exposure to engage and network with industry and hence required to organize a seminar of this scale. The team selected by the students is definitely relevant in the current situation as the global economy moves into an endemic phase. It is expected to recover quite quickly. In this manner, digitalization is anticipated to accelerate growth in the recovery phase for both the business and work environment. As we all know, the digital economy is not new. It was already advancing even before the pandemic. We had IR 4.0 and so on. But we all know that the pandemic has made technology disruption move exponentially. Hence, what is expected of the future of business and work in a digital economy, not only in the Malaysian scenario, but globally as well. So we are indeed fortunate, and I'm honored and grateful to have 4 good speakers in this webinar. Will be sharing their invaluable knowledge and experiences on the issues, especially the topical issues related to the team. I think the topics that the speakers have that they are going to present today is definitely relevant. I welcome our honorable speakers, Mr. Z, Mr. Chan, Mr. Andy, and Encik Farid, to lead us and throw light, notably into the future of business and work that's evolving in the digital economy. Thank you for taking time off this Saturday morning to speak at this webinar. And to my group of students who have put in great effort and time as a team to organize this webinar just over a span of 4 weeks, we have come up with this webinar. Good job. And of course, to our guests, students, and participants, a very warm welcome to the webinar. And I hope all the participants, notably the students, will benefit and take this opportunity to ask questions. Thank you, and do enjoy the webinar.
Thank you, Dr. Carol, for the opening speech. Now, I would like to invite our organizer chairman, Mr. Arif Izzuddin, to have a few words before we start our webinar.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Yang berbahagia, our distinguished speakers for today's webinar, Mr. Z. Feti, Digitalization Vice President of Wasco Energy Group of Companies. Yang berbahagia, Mr. Chan Kok Nong, Executive Director and Co-Founder of iPay 88 Group. Yang berbahagia, Mr. Andy Roy Sian, E-Marketplace Program Manager of Agrobank. Yang berbahagia, Mr. Muhammad Farid Shah bin Muhammad Basir, Chief People Officer of MBSP Bank. Yang berbahagia, Dr. Carol Teo Boon Chui, our lecturer for MGT 786 Global Business Strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum, good morning, and salam sejahtera. Before I start, I hope it's not too late for me to wish everyone a Selamat Hari Raya Aidilfitri, maaf zahir dan batin. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee of AA7014C under the Executive MBA program of Arshad Ayub Graduate Business School, UiTM, I would like to welcome all participants to the Global Business Strategy Webinar 2022. Thank you for joining us, and we are indeed pleased to have you here today for this webinar. In today's event, we will be discussing on the theme of the future of business and work, accelerating growth in the new digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been more than 2 years since COVID-19 has drastically changed the world that we live in. From the way we work and do business to the way we learn, the way we shop, socialize, and connect with others, the global pandemic has accelerated the digitization process in most facets of our lives. It has been said that necessity is the mother of invention. And true enough, the many obstacles that we had to face arising from physical distancing, movement restrictions, and numerous lockdowns demanded for businesses and organizations to keep innovating or face the prospect of collapsing and closing business, adapt to new innovations, or perish. Despite the devastating impact on lives and livelihoods, there is a silver lining. The difficulties we faced for the past few years provided us with the opportunity to experiment with new ways of doing things. Online learning, and even this virtual webinar is a good example of the new norm that we have been accustomed to. As we navigate ourselves into the endemic phase, digitization will continue to be a permanent feature in our lives, while new innovations will continue to be developed and applied at an even more faster rate. It is thus in our best interest to understand the future trends in the new digital economy. And for that, today we are privileged to have a lineup of distinguished speakers to share their insights on the future of business and work. Being experts in their field, they will be enlightening us on the future trends of how we will conduct our business and work as the new normal takes its shape. I'm sure that the ideas they will be sharing will be valuable for the participants in your own field of work and industry. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, allow me to take this opportunity to thank our lecturer, Dr. Carol, for her guidance and the knowledge she has imparted these past few weeks since we started the course for Global Business Strategy. Also, a big thank you to my fellow classmates, all of them who are involved in the organizing committee to make sure that this event is a successful one. To all participants, also a big thank you for spending your time in this Saturday morning. And I do hope this webinar will be a fruitful session and will benefit you in one way or another. Without further ado, let us begin the webinar, and I look forward to the valuable insights from our distinguished speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arif, for that welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, with that welcoming speech, we can now begin our webinar. Allow me to introduce our first speaker. He has spent most of his past career in digital technology consulting field and has served his clients in Asia on large-scale digital initiatives, including cloud, Internet of Things, analytics, and not to forget, artificial intelligence. One of the most prominent work he has done to date is pioneering the smart grid, smart metering, and energy transition together with the national utility for almost a decade. He is here to share on the data as the new oil in a digital transformation journey for business enterprise. Please welcome Mr. Z. Fethi, Digitization Vice President of Wasco Energy Group of Companies.
Thank you, Azra. Thank you, Dr. Carol and Mr. Arif, for such a wonderful opening and introduction. Just to double check, can you hear me clearly? All right, can I just share my screen? All right, so are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
All right, great. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat Hari Raya Tuan-Tuan dan Puan-Puan. It's my honor to be invited as part of this webinar today. And I think it's a real great opportunity for me to share some of my past experience to the group of students here, as well as some of the attendees. So we are actually talking more on the future of business and work as part of the main theme of this webinar. So talking about the future of business and work, naturally we will have to look back into our current state of business and work as well. So if we look into how we want to transition from the current states into the future digital states, there will be a transitional effort required. And this transitional effort required is called digital transformation. And this digital transformation is a continuous activity. It's not one-off kind of activity. It will not happen over just one night. It will happen over the years and years and even more than a decade to making sure that the company is achieving into the state that they are desired for. And this is definitely not as small, little kind of a program, and it has to be a top priority for all the CEOs of the companies. So you might be wondering, of all the topics in a digital transformation, why do I pick data as the first session of today? I think the data itself is actually one of the key differentiations. It's one of the key differentiations in making sure that digital transformation is successful. But how do we want to make sure that data that we are getting for the company is actually working well as expected? So there's a lot of things to be considered. And this is where I will be elaborate further throughout the presentation today. So So for the past 2 to 3 years, I think all of us are very well aware that we have COVID-19 that comes in suddenly, and everyone has to be trying to work remotely. Some of the companies are given very little time to respond to such disruptions in coming into their business world. They are facing some of the challenges in terms of business continuity. The world is already been impacted as well. And also this year, we also have some of the wars and sanctions happening around the global scale. So with all these disruption and uncertainties, some of the industries have been heavily impacted. For example, the supply chain issues, we have impacted on the airlines, tourism, hospitality, food and beverage. But we do have some of the other industries that actually boom because of the spike demand from the customers. Actually, all these disruptions have already happened even before year 2020. Actually, have happened for the past 10 to 20 years because the market is getting more dynamic as well. So if you look into the statistic here, if you compare the companies in the Fortune 500 firms, comparing between the year 2000, 2017 and 1955, actually more than 88% of the companies of the Fortune 500 firms in 1955 are already gone. They are gone either because of some of the reasons on bankruptcy or due to merger and acquisitions or due to any other factors. So this figure can be quite scary for company owners because the market changes too quickly, and it is very important to adapt to the changes to survive and also to thrive in such a competitive market. But because of this, also it opens up new opportunities for end consumers like us. It given birth to more than 1,000 unicorn companies with a value of more than $1 billion. So unicorn companies is something that is very trendy word for the past few years. We have heard the most recent one is probably ByteDance, where TikTok is in it. We have SpaceX and also Stripe. But of course, we also have some of the former unicorn companies like Uber, Airbnb, Google, Amazon. They are not considered as Amazon anyway because they are not really part of a startup anymore. They have grown. So these companies are the set of new unicorn companies that are disrupting the markets. And this actually poses some of the threats to the more traditional companies, to the older companies or the legacy companies. And this is more of the reason why the older companies need to transform, have to go through the digital transformation journey in order to make themselves survive and also to thrive competing with the unicorn companies. So one common trait about the unicorn companies here is they are actually using data as the weapon to bring themselves a competitive advantage, whether it is competing within the unicorns or with the traditional companies or the older companies. Data is one thing that they recognize as the critical assets to compete in a digital first world. Some of the people on the net also mentioned that data can be as almost important as the people in the company. But why? Why data is such an important role, and it's one of the key drivers in making sure that digital transformation is successful. So before we go into all these details of why, firstly, let's understand about the characteristics of the data. So that's where actually we are comparing data as the new oil here. So if you look into the oil and gas industries value chain, for companies like Petronas, Schlumberger, or Shell, it's very much the same process that they go through where they have to explore and mine for the oil and gas at the offshore platform or the onshore. Then after they send for productions, then they transport the oil and gas through the pipelines, going in for refining before it gets distributed to the end consumers like us, whether it's in a petroleum form or giving to the utilities to generate electricity. So this is a value chain of a typical value chain for oil and gas industries. But if we compare with the data value chain here, the data value chain is also pretty much the same, where we are starting with collecting and mining all sort of data from different sources. It can be from Excel sheets, it can be from PDF, mobile apps, sensors, systems of record, or cameras, CCTVs, anything that we are possibly can gather any data. And once we gather data, that's where the 5G, 4G, all the pitching that you're hearing on the connectivity comes in, so that they can transmit the data back to our cloud data center. And the cloud data center actually have an analytics platform that actually consolidates all sort of data together and analyze in order to meet our business targets. Then after analyzing it, that's where we as end users, we as a management level or even operations level, we are able to see those data through the visualization layer or the dashboard. So one thing that you see in common between these two analogies here is, if you look at the left side, all the oils that you mine, all the data that you mine here are in the raw form. And the raw form is normally not so valuable to the company. We do not pump the raw oil into our cars. We do not really analyze the raw data directly. They have to be processed throughout the whole value chain so that they can slowly turn into something called insights. Insights is something where it tells about the trend of your business. It tells about the hidden patterns of your company's operations. It tells you whether your company is actually meeting the KPIs or even doing some of the predictions as well. So insights is the one that's valuable to the management, to the operations level, for them to make an informed business decision making. So if we look into the data analytics, it's also a huge topic itself. A lot of professions are specializing in analytics and AI these days because there's a lot of things that can be done from a technological standpoint. So if you look into here, there are 4 techniques that are basically being used by all companies. They started off with the most simplest one, which is called descriptive analytics. Descriptive basically tells you what actually has happened to your company. It tells you about the statistics and the charts about what has happened historically about your company. And then from there, you're able to identify some of the issues or some of the anomalies or some of the abnormal patterns and trends here. Then slowly, companies move into something called diagnostic analytics. Diagnostic basically tells you why does it happen. It tells you the root cause of why the issues happen in your company. And here you have to bring in more sources of data so that you are able to correlate them, making sense of why such a thing actually happened. And from there, actually most of the companies are trying to go into predictive analytics these days, where they want to do forecasting and predictions based on the prediction models or analytics or some of the AI models. So this prediction is able to use the historical data and also using some of the assumptions or other factors to put in all together and help you to predict what is your sales target, what is your sales performance most likely going to look like in the future, for example. And of course, the final one is the prescriptive analytics, which is considered one of the most advanced level, where this is where AI is heavily involved in. And prescriptive analytics actually tells you, as an AI, it will tells you as a CEO, oh, these are the 3 options of recommendations that what the company can do in order to mitigate certain business risk. And each of the options that we are providing, it comes with the accuracy and confidence level of the AI. But of course, you as a CEO of the company, you can choose to listen to the AI or you can choose to follow based on your instinct and your decision. But the AI here is to support and to bring you more data on the table so that you're able to make a more informed business decision making. So if you look from the left to the right, there are 4 stages of analytics here. And of course, as you evolve from one to one, the maturity level of each of the analytics also increase. But of course, the complexity to implement is also increasing. So if you look into the some of the details here, the descriptive analytics and diagnostic analytics are pretty much using the data that you have collected in your organizations. So most of the organizations have already invested on IT systems for the past 10 to 20 years. It doesn't mean that they have to throw all of them away because they are outdated, because they are not really user-friendly and those things. They can be modernized in some ways, but what is really important is these are the systems. They have been storing all sorts of data for the past 10 to 20 years. And these are the value of the companies. And we certainly do not want to throw them away because it brings some meanings or historical moments of the company itself. And descriptive and diagnostic analytics actually very much use those data to help to correlate to them together and then making sense of the business case here. If you look into the predictive and prescriptive, they are very much involving the AI and machine learning algorithms. And this is where the digitalization actually happens here very much compared to the descriptive and diagnostic. So here, this is where companies have been hiring data scientists, data engineers coming in to create some of the data science models, prediction models, some of the machine learning models to simulate the predictions and forecasts and also the prescription of it. So this journey actually is not something that can be done within a few months. It will take years and years because there's a lot of dependency on different kind of factors, especially on the data readiness, especially on the people side of it, and also the process side of it. So this chart is a little bit more technical in terms of telling you what are the technology stack. But then what I want to give you is a glimpse of where the big data and analytics sit inside. So in the world where there's a physical world, we actually have sensors, we have actuators, we have Internet of Things devices, and we have some other systems or manual papers. These are the sources that give you the data, and they will transmit through any connectivity or any of the connectivity prototypes that suits your company, whether it's 5G, 4G, LoRaWAN, Bluetooth, Ethernet, Wi-Fi, and those things. It depends on the geographical locations as well. Then you have a data processing where you goes into the cloud computing, where they process all the data, making sure that they are all being cleansed and being tidied up so that it can be used for analytics later. But where we need is the big data platform to store all sorts of data together, whether it's a structured data or unstructured data or semi-structured data. And there's a lot of different types of data these days compared to the traditional days. And finally, this is where the analytics and AI comes in as sitting at a business application. So big data and analytics actually sit at the highest two layers. But in order for these two layers to be successful, you will need to have all the 5 layers working together, design it well so that all the data that you collected are in the expected quality and comes in a timely manner, as well as at the granularity that you are expecting as well. So when it comes to expenditure of big data and analytics, I think this has been started since 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago actually, but it's actually growing exponentially because more and more companies realize the importance of it. So it has grown by 19% in year 2022 and expecting to reach up to $53.3 billion by 2025 in the Asia Pacific. So the pie chart here shows that banking industry actually is the one that spends the most on the big data analytics here. It can be due to the huge number of customers that they have. There's a huge regulatory compliance that needs to be done. And also there will be real-time transactions probably. So bankings normally emphasize on the data more than any other industries. And the second one follow-up is by the telcos. Again, they have a huge set of customers. There's a fierce competition between each of the telco, and they want to track the consumption behavior patterns of the users, whether you are watching YouTube or using social medias. And then the central government is also one of the key things because they actually have all the data of your citizens to resolve some of the national issues. And it's actually an integration of between different ministries and industries. So it can be quite complex in this case. And the rest of it, like professional services, discrete manufacturing, and other industries, they also do spend some of the money here and there. But of course, this pattern and trending will change from time to time, depending on how disruptive the market is. So some of the business use cases here that we have seen, this is based on my past experience that I've been exposed to. I just list up some of them. In fact, there's a whole long list of use cases that is happening in the world because every company is trying to do a pilot project, trying to test it out whether it works for the companies or not. So some of these, like the energy, our national utility in Malaysia has been doing, investing a lot on the smart grid and smart metering for the past 10 years so that they are able to get the data out of it to improve the efficiency of the grid and also to enable new use cases like renewable energy. Imagine how the electric vehicles next time is going to be contributing back to the grid, and then looking into the virtual power plants, maintaining the assets where utilities heavily invest on the capex. Same goes for manufacturing also, We're looking into predictive maintenance of the equipments. We are looking into the video analytics of the safety of the employees. We want to making sure that there's a quality of all the deliverables that we produce in the factories, and also looking into the field services. I think most of you probably are more familiar with the e-commerce or retail, where you're using Lazada or Shopee. These are the companies that are providing the seamless customer experience to you based on the data that you are giving to them. They actually try to study about your consumption or behavior patterns when you are shopping online, so that they are able to provide you the product recommendations, recommend you the right products to the right person at the right time. And of course, they start to look into automating the logistics and delivery part of it. And lastly, governments. Smart city is one of the larger goals of the national agenda, because this is where we are able to bring in all data from different ministries and industries together to resolve some of the national issues like the traffic congestions issues, security or crime rate predictions, building management, and depending on what the government's KPI is. So while we are all looking into all these use cases here, and we have also talked about some of the concept of why data is so important and what data can actually help in each of the organizations. But in reality, digital and data transformation does not happen as ideally as being described by everyone. If you look into all the technology companies, if you look into all the articles and journals in the web, things are pretty much described very nicely. But in actual, when it comes to implementation, that is where the challenges all kicks in. If you look into some of the statistics here, the success rate of a digital transformation program can be only as low as 30% in the world. 30% of success rate is considered very low, provided that you are investing millions and millions of dollars and hoping that you are getting back the gains on the ROI based on that. So what is the reason behind of such a low success rate of digital transformation? Is it because of we select the wrong technology? Or is it because we select the wrong vendors to help us to implement? Or is it because we are struggling with transitioning from our manual process into a digital process? Or is it because of the people issue, the culture, the mindsets? Actually, based on my past experience, as well as some of the conversations that I have with some of my peers, the top challenges is always mainly falling under the people side. So you look into the circle here, the people circle is actually standing a bigger weightage, because the people side is the top challenges that most companies will face when they introduce new digital changes to the company. And technology, on the contrary, is something that is quite direct, because those technologies have been proven in many companies and they have been implemented globally. So as long as we design it right, we get the right people and a skill set to do it, we test it out thoroughly throughout the projects, technology usually is not the biggest problem. But the people side is a very subjective topic. Every company's culture is unique, the way people think is unique, the whole organizational structure is also different from one company to another company. So this is where there's no one standard solution that can help to resolve all the people issue. And when we talk about people, we are referring to something called data-driven culture. So the culture in the past, or the legacy culture, is very much into paper-based, Excel-based. Everything has to be very manual. People are very used to this kind of work for the past 10 or 20 years. But if you want to drive and bring all this data on the platforms to analyze on the analytics assisted by the AI, this is some of the data-driven culture that we need to cultivate. And this has to start early. And for people to understand about data, it's not something that you can educate over one training sessions or 2 workshops. Data literacy is one very key thing that people need to be educated to understand, to study about data, and also to appreciate the value of data. And while they appreciate the value of data, then the next thing that people will face is about the data transparency and openness. So when all these analytics platform and digital platform comes in, naturally your data will be getting more and more transparent, because whatever KPI that you are reporting is all published on the dashboards. and it's open for everyone to see. So people need to be more open-minded that these are the data that is going to be presented to the senior management level, and probably it might reflect, if things doesn't go well, then it might not be reflecting well on the person. But that is also an opportunity for all of us to identify what is the root cause of such a problem in our operations. And this is where we need to do a bit of trade-off here. And then there's a data professional skill set is also one of the key challenges in Malaysian market, especially. Hiring a right data profession is something that is very highly demanded in Malaysia and unfortunately not easy to get. So when we don't have the right skill sets to handle the data platforms, all the data that we're collecting, whether it's in petabyte or zettabyte or terabytes of data, we will be losing out of control because there's just too much of data to handle. And another thing is customer-centric thinking. Customer-centric thinking is really about how we think differently compared to the traditional way. In last time, we actually think we work on a very silo way. We work based on what our assignment is, but we seldom think about what our customers are thinking about. So we are promoting people, the employees, to be more empathetic in this case, to think what is the requirements from the customers, to think what is their need. Then from there, we work backwards in terms of how we want to digitalize our company, what kind of things that we want to improve so that we are able to meet our customers' demand using digital technologies. And the other thing, as what I mentioned just now at the early part of this session, is continuous improvement. Digital transformation is a continuous activity. If we embark onto this digital transformation, we need to be mentally prepared that we are expecting to be having a continuous changes to the company in a very agile form. We are flexible, quick, fast-paced. Speed is also one of the key indicators for competitive advantage. And of course, with all the systems that you have implemented in the companies, digital adoption is one thing that people need to address. If people don't like to use the systems, we can't really force them. They can just roll back to Excel base, just do their work as what they have been doing for the past 10 to 20 years. So the adoptions, all the investment on the digital technologies are going to be the waste. Not only on the technologies, all the man hours, the efforts, the people effort is all wasted as well. So in order to mitigate all these people issues, this is where we need a robust change management plan. And we need to execute well based on the reactions of the people from time to time. Because culture actually eats strategy for breakfast. So all the strategy that we talk here, all the strategies that you see from on the internet or other webinars, they all sound very good. But in fact, the culture is the one that is really the key impediments to all these success criteria. So just a bit of a glimpse of when we go through any changes to the organizations, it's normal to go through the roller coaster of emotions from an employee's point of view. So this is a Kubler-Ross model where people's morale will go up and down depending on the stage, on the time of it. And here we will be starting with shock and denial, where people don't really like, they are actually shocked about the changes that the company is introducing to them. So this is where we need to have some of the creative alignments to help to mitigate some of the risk. We need to align the company's directions with the employees' sentiments as well. Then they will go into the frustrations, which is where we need to maximize the communications so that they are not angry about why the company is doing so many changes. Are they trying to get rid of me because I've been working in a traditional way? And also maybe you have to look into my contributions, years of contribution to the company. So there will be a lot of sentiments coming in when the changes come in. Then after that, they will go into the deepest or the lowest energy level, which is a depression, because they are overwhelmed by all the changes, yet they don't really understand what is the changes that are coming, what are the benefits of it. But after that, when it's coming out from depression, when they are tired, and when they look into other peers, they have been starting to adopt, the acceptance level comes in. And this is where we need to have more trainings and handholding sessions to guide all these employees throughout the change in a digital transformation journey. So in conclusion, digital transformation is not just about implementing technology and expecting it to work magically. I think this is a very common perceptions from people, where I just need to invest on our IT systems and the IT system will do everything for me. But in fact, what digital transformation is really about is about changing the way we think, we work, and we collaborate by reinventing the business and operation models. And in this case, this transformation can be enabled by digital and data. The keyword here is enabled. So meaning digital technologies and the data part of it are not the one that determines how the company should work. It is the one that it enables based on the goals that the company wants to achieve, based on the company's requirements, based on the company needs in order to tackle for their customers. So this is about digital transformation, and this is a huge topic itself. There's a lot of things that we can go drill into it. I hope the session today is able to give you a glimpse of what digital transformation, what are the key aspects in it, and then from there, maybe you might be interested to drill in some of the topics within the digital transformation. Thank you very much. That's it from my side. I think I'll just open up the floor for any question, if there's any.
Thank you, Mr. T, for the fruitful presentations. I hope you all enjoyed the presentation. So did I. So I kind of relate with the one that Mr. T mentioned just now, like how is data all is related with the crude oil process from the exploration until the distribution and consumptions. And I do agree also that the top challenges in implementing digital transformation is fall under the people. Therefore, most organizations must have the robust change management. So now we have like a few questions in the chat box. Okay, I just read one of it. Okay, one question from Nurul Hazina from UMP. What are the qualities you look in graduates or talent to support digital transformation in Malaysia?
I think in terms of hard skills, it really depends on what kind of roles that you're applying for. But one of the key criteria in terms of the personality and soft skill is really about how open-minded you are and how flexible you are. Because in the working world, the roles and responsibilities of the IT world or the digital roles are getting more gray area, meaning there's no more very niche role where one person will just only learn to do one thing. Because the whole context, whole market is so dynamic, sometimes the companies have to change some of the directions from time to time in order to meet their customers' requirements. So if they hire you for a certain role, you will be expecting that towards maybe 6 months later or a year later, you will be rotating to other roles. So in this case, eager to learn and open-minded is something that is more important. And I think this is one of the top criteria that companies are looking for.
Okay, that's answered the questions. Then we have a next questions from Hazlinda. What are the quick wins or low-hanging fruits, if any, for any organization that is more of a traditional setup, create a data-centric culture?
So I think this is the low-hanging fruit is the right word to use, because a lot of traditional companies do not really see the value of digitalization, and they refuse to invest because it seems to be a huge investment risk for them. So low-hanging fruits is the one that will help them. And in order to show this value to the management at the very near term, and of course, many of them are very impatient to see, to be honest. They just want us to tell them, okay, these are the values, and we have to show within like very quick. So the low-hanging fruits normally we target for simpler use case, where we can bring in the larger benefit of it. The larger benefit normally is the one that we target based on the top priorities of the company. So if you know that if a company is focusing a lot on safety, for example, employee safety in a plant, in any of the on-site working environments is very important, then we can potentially see how digital technologies are able to help to increase the safetiness of the plant itself. And then from there, throughout like the projects, like pilot projects we go into, which normally takes only about 3 to 4 months, then the management level is able to see the benefits once the project is completed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. T. And again, there is one question that I can agree with the questions. On the maturity scale, where does Malaysia stand against regional peer, in your opinion?
Okay, so this one also depends and varies by industry's basis. As what I mentioned just now, banking and telcos normally have started way earlier than any other industries. And if we talk about the maturity of banking and telcos, they are normally much higher. But if I talk about generally in Malaysia itself, I think most of the companies are still struggling to get all the data together, which is quite common, not only in Malaysia, but also in the whole Southeast Asia itself. Maybe Singapore is a little bit more advanced in that case. But they are mainly standing maybe around diagnostic analytics, between descriptive and diagnostic analytics, where they are still trying to get all the data being cleaned, processed nicely before they can even do a meaningful analytics from there.
Okay, thank you. Then when we answer that we are currently at the descriptive and diagnostics, so it's kind of long way to go, but we hope like Malaysia will catch up soon, right? Okay, then there's a question that related with the ESG goals. With the growing concern focus in ESG, how can data be incorporated into realizing enterprises' ESG goals?
Enterprises in terms of what, yeah? Is it commercialized or monetize it or?
I think the question like maybe to both maybe to enterprise.
So so ESG, of course, is one of the key topics these days as well. In fact, Wasco Energy has also started to look into all this ESG, and I've been developing this analytics platform for the ESG department as well. We are collecting all sorts of data, but sometimes it depends on the organization's goal. Some don't want to turn it into a carbon credits, which they can sell it off. Some of the companies like us, we are looking mainly into meeting our net zero carbon emissions goal, where we are trying to reduce the emissions from our operations. At the same time, we are planting trees to offset some of the carbon emissions. So all this data will actually be very useful for us to keep track, to making sure that we are aligned to the goals. But in terms of the commercialization or in terms of pricing, this one I do not really have much insights, because I think this one probably will be more relevant to the banking industries.
Okay, I think like we have 6 minutes left, maybe 1 or 2 questions more. Okay, this question that, okay, you've mentioned about importance of data collection in order to establish reliable insight for the analytics. Can you comment on current limitations and pinpoint in terms of connectivity infrastructure available in order for all this data being collected from small sensors at vast geographical areas or area with limited coverage? What is the latest advanced communication technology in the market and how to overcome this limitation?
I think the connectivity technologies really depends on what is the requirements, how often we want to collect the data. If we are looking into real-time data, of course, we need a much lower latency and higher performance of the connectivity. That's where most of the companies are trying to sell 5G today, because it's able to help you to fulfill some of the real-time use cases here. But in reality, a lot of the industries or companies still do not really need a real-time, still do not really see the value of having a real-time data collections here. Maybe in terms of non-real-time, it can be maybe every 30 minutes, every 1 hour, or on a day or a daily basis. If we are looking into a non-real-time, we can actually look into something that is cheaper as well, because connectivity can be extremely costly if we are not designing correctly. And I think some of the projects I've done in the past, connectivity, selection of the technology connectivity has been always the huge debates in terms of which one it works the best. And every connections or every providers who sell their own connectivity will say that theirs can actually cater for different kind of situations here and there. But after we test it out, it doesn't really work as what has been pitched in previously. And here, maybe we need to use a combination of different connectivity technologies to complement each other, because each of the connectivity, they have a different frequency, they cover a different geographical area, and there might be some challenges, like if you're using radio frequency, the frequency itself cannot, the wavelength itself will be blocked by some of the obstacles like buildings. So in here, how do you want to address this challenge introduced by the radio frequency? So we might need another connectivity to tackle for those that's in urban area, and those is in a rural area, or some of them which is in indoor. If it's indoor, we might not be able to use a satellite GPS because we are not able to detect. So what are we going to use? Are we going to use Wi-Fi Ethernet? Are we going to use Bluetooth or LoRaWAN? I think this kind of things will require extensive study before we can determine which one works the best.
Okay, Mr. T, I cannot agree with the answer, because not necessary that every organization need a real-time data. It actually depends on the extensive study, what is needed for your company, and you actually can limit the cost, right? Okay, then we have last questions of the day for you. Okay, the question said that how do smaller enterprises or SMEs embark on BDA given the huge investment required?
Actually, this is one of the myths that's happened for the past 10 or 20 years, where they think that BDA is very costly. But in fact, if you look into the cloud computing companies like Google Cloud, or Amazon, or Microsoft Azure, they have started offering very cost-effective BDA solutions already, because they are all moving into OpEx level, meaning they're offering at a platform as a service in precise, because you only pay as what you use. And for smaller companies, there's not much data that we will use. Our consumption's appetite will be much smaller than the bigger companies. And in this case, we do not need to invest millions of ringgits just to have a platform first, and then we will be worrying whether the platform will bring in any values to the company. We just opt into the big data platform given by all these cloud computing companies, and then we can observe for the next few months whether it brings value or not, and then we can stop it if we are really not happy about it one day, or we can just continue to scale up, because all these we do not need to buy hardwares, we do not need to buy all the licenses upfront. There's no perpetual license. The capex is pretty much minimal or even none. It's more on the OpEx models, which the startups is able to survive based on the cash flow that they have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. T. I think that's it for your session. You already reached at 10 a.m. And thank you for answering those questions and for the great presentation. We totally like it, and we can relate to, into our organization currently. And thank you. It was a pleasure to have you with us today. Okay, before we proceed to the second speaker, there is a few reminder from the organizing committee. If you have any questions regarding on the sessions, you can use chat box, because currently we accepting the question in many ways, in the chat box, in the slider, and also in Q&A. So we hope that you can use only one channel. Maybe you can use chat box, and then the slider we keep it for the poll later on. Right? Okay, now moving forward to the second speaker. Okay, our next speaker is an industry advocate, evangelist, and practitioner in digital economy and business transformations. He holds an MBA and bachelor's degree in information technology, and has accumulated more than 20 years working experience in various capacities. His current major task in AAGBS is to collaborate closely with business and technology partners in building, operating, and sustaining a digital ecosystems that will enable our country's agriculture sector to be more sustainable in the long run. He is here to share on sustainable agriculture with blockchain technology. Please welcome Mr. Andy Royson, E-Marketplace Program Manager of AAGBS.
Thank you, Azra, for the kind introduction, and thank you everyone who has been working hard in organizing this webinar, and also a warm welcome, to my fellow speakers. I think T has done a quite a wonderful presentation earlier, opening up our minds on the possibilities and especially on the field of big data analytics. So today I'm going to hopefully I'm not going to bore you guys down with topic of blockchain technology. Sometimes it tends to get a bit tricky in the sense tends to be a bit technical, right? So I'm trying to be as layman as I can. Let me share my screen. Okay, so can you guys see my screen? Good. Right. So just a quick of introduction about myself. My name is Endorisian. I'm actually from Kuching, Sarawak. I'm currently with AAGBS as a program manager for AAGBS e-commerce B2B, business to business agriculture e-commerce marketplace. I'm looking after.
Sorry, Mr. Andy. Sorry to
Yep.
interrupt.
Yep.
Because this slide haven't pop up yet.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay, let me try to. How about now? Okay. Now I
Yes, you
can
can see it
view.
now.
Good. Thank you for that. Right, as I was saying, I'm looking after the systems and operational requirements for AAGBS B2B agriculture marketplace. I've been with AAGBS for I think the past 7 months period, and just to leak a bit, some of the things that we are doing is basically on the topic that I'm presenting today, right? And one of the reasons I was roped in is for my exposure in blockchain technology. Just to set the record straight, I'm not a keen Bitcoin or cryptocurrency person. I'm not going to talk about that, and I personally don't encourage you guys to put your money in investing in Bitcoins or any other cryptocurrencies out there. So let me get that out of the picture, front and center, right? So this is my agenda for today. We'll cover a very high level on the topic of sustainability. I believe that has been answered by T earlier, and someone was from the audience was actually asking about sustainability. Then we'll dive in immediately to sustainable agriculture. We'll also, after that, going to cover blockchain technology in a very high level layman manner. Then we're going to cover the use cases and where blockchain technology and sustainable agriculture actually meet. Then we'll at the last part we'll cover the Q&A session. Oops. Okay. So again, this when we talk about sustainability, we always refer to the UN SDGs or UN Sustainable Development Goals. It is basically a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. The main idea behind UN SDG is in ending poverty and other deprivations. We must go together with strategies that improve health, education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth, all the while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and forests. Right. So at AgroBank, we are also looking at this particularly, especially in our strategic business plans 2021-2025. And this is basically also part of our mandate being a development financial institution in Malaysia, overlooking at the how to grow and sustain our agriculture sector, right? So the topic today is quite close to our heart, especially at AgroBank, and the topic of sustainable agriculture or sustainable farming in some contexts is something that we are actively looking at today, right? So oops, okay, sustainable agriculture. There is what you call that, a formal definition of sustainable agriculture. In the US, it is legally defined under the US Code Title 7, Section 3103, and their Food Agriculture and Conservation Tract Act 1990, or also known as the 1990 Farm Bill. By definition, it is actually an integrated system of plant and animal production practices having a site-specific application that will, over the long term, satisfy human food and fiber or textile needs, enhance environmental quality and the natural resource base upon which the agriculture economy depends on, make the most use of non-renewable resources and on-farm resources, and integrate where appropriate natural biological cycles and controls, sustain the economic viability of farm operations, and enhance the quality of life of farmers and society as a whole. Right. Now, objectives of sustainable agriculture will be looking at these three main verticals. They are economic profitability, environmental health, and social and economic equity. Basically, the goals of sustainable agriculture is to give equal weight to all these three verticals when it comes to agriculture, and it's based on the principle that we must meet the needs of the the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. Right. So the first pillar, economic profitability. A farming operation must be profitable or it will go out of business. Secondly, when it comes to environmental health, we're looking at the planet and the environment. Farming practices must be ecologically sound. It must promote healthy biodiversity and sensible management of natural resources. And thirdly, when we're looking at social and economic equity, we're looking at the needs of the people, right? We need to be able to provide nutrient, rich food for farmers and farm families and communities, and help to maintain good public health, but also improving the quality of life in rural areas. Now, the thing about sustainable agriculture is that if you look here, it is what do you call that? A model after a stool. So when you have a stool, any one of the legs, the three legs here, must be given equal weightage. Right now, in this in our generation today, most of the agriculture companies or practices nowadays are actually focusing purely on economic profitability, and that is why our environment and our social economic equity actually is being deprived. They are being deprived, and we can see this from the effect of the ecology, the weather that we are experiencing right now is far more adverse, is far more severe as compared to 20 to 30 years ago. So because of that, the United Nations and countries around the world are looking at the topic of sustainability and sustainable agriculture in particular. And these are the examples of sustainable agriculture. We have 6 here. Actually, there are more than 6. We have hydroponic, aquaponic, right? Urban farming, polycultures. Polycultures are basically, you're planting more than 3 different kinds of crops on the same plot of land, right? Then you also have crop rotation, where you basically rotate. For this particular season, you'll be planting corn, and for the next season, you'll rotate and you'll start and you'll plant probably tapioca or sweet potatoes. And natural pest management is also an example of sustainable farming. And one thing that I forgot to include here, and which we can, we are basically doing on daily basis, is that we're buying organic produce, right? So organic farming is also an example of sustainable agriculture. And these are the benefits of sustainable agriculture, as you can see from the explanation area. It supports environmental protection. Sorry, I just got confused with WebEx. There's so many things in my display right now, right? Just bear with me. Secondly, it prevents pollution and soil erosion. Thirdly, it preserves biodiversity, as you can see from the previous slides, where we have the ladybug is being used to actually control pests instead of using pesticide. There goes the other list of benefits, like reduces production costs, you save energy resources for future generations, you preserve social equity, and last but not least, which is part of the our focus at AAGBS is we want to help farmers to be economically profitable in their agriculture activities. And these are the main challenges of sustainable agriculture, and at the very heart of it is our dear farmers, right? And these challenges cover these four major elements or major points, right? And first on the list is our farmers and growers. They are not rewarded for investing in sustainable agriculture. And this is because the current system that we have, right, rewards our farmers based on and because of the low crop price, this basically encourage our farmers to produce more without any major concern to the impact of their agriculture activities to our nature, right? And from our farmers' perspective, they view sustainable agriculture as more like nice to have item rather than a necessity. So this is something that they're looking at. And the sad fact is, according to World Bank study in 2016, more than 500 small farmers worldwide survive on less than $2 per day. So this is quite depressing, right? And these are the main challenges when it comes to sustainable agriculture. So next, I'm going to attempt to brief all of your good selves about blockchain technology. When we talk about blockchain technology, we must start with a bit of the history, right? And this is the part that everybody always get excited and everybody always confused. The first blockchain is the Bitcoin blockchain, and the first use case is the Bitcoin cryptocurrency, because they share the same name, so people always got confused, right? Excuse me, right? And it was what do you call that? Invented or started by someone or by a group of people by the name of Satoshi Nakamoto back in circa 2008 and 2009. That is basically, until today, nobody knows the actual gender or nationality of person or persons who claim they as Satoshi Nakamoto, right? And the main idea for Bitcoin is to remove third-party intermediaries, and in this case, in this Bitcoin's case, is banks, right? For any purchases or transactions. Now, of course, something that that we at the bank are quite worried upon, and I think Mr. Farid also from MBSB also, probably looking at this particular issue at this moment. And today there's hundreds of blockchain protocols in the market other than Bitcoin. As you can see here, we have Proxima X. I'm actually wearing a Proxima X t-shirt. They're actually a Malaysian blockchain technology company with a global footprint. I used to work with them, right? Which also one of the what do you call that, blockchain protocols in the market. And you've heard about Ethereum, Hyperledger, and whatnot. So there's a lot of blockchain protocols out there. They share the same core fundamentals as the Bitcoin blockchain, but they're quite unique in their own implementation on how they work to achieve their own goals. I don't want to dwell so much on Bitcoin here. You can basically go and download its original white paper at the link that are provided in this slide. I can share this slide with the organizing committee after the session later on. So what is blockchain technology? There's a lot of definitions out there in the market, and sometimes it gets too convoluted that it's instead of trying to educate people, you get people more confused, right? So in my own definition, It is basically a distributed or decentralized, highly secure, and immutable digital ledger that exists across a network of computer or nodes, right? The next slide, I hope, will be able to explain much more on this particular definition. So these are the basics of blockchain technology. If you attend any blockchain workshop or training, you'll be, or even if you talk to any blockchain proponents out there, you'll be covering all these main keywords, right? First and foremost is distributed ledger technology or system, DLT or DLS, right? This is basically you have a ledger, a digital ledger technology where it's spread across the computers that are forming the blockchain network or nodes. So the servers or computers that are being used to run the blockchain network, they are called nodes. As you can see the photo on the left, you need more than 3 computers to form a blockchain node in order to make it more secure. And how do you ensure, excuse me, transactions that are being done on the blockchain network are properly synchronized and managed. So you need a consensus algorithm. Consensus means an agreement, right? You need an agreement algorithm to allow all the nodes to agree that this particular set of transactions can be recorded on the blockchain, while the rest that did not follow the convention, they should be excluded and not be allowed to be recorded. Excuse me. The next part is encryption technology. This tends to get a bit technical, but basically encryption technology is where you encrypt and protect the actual data or transactions in the blockchain network, for instance, without people actually know that this is actually can be read clearly with your eyes or your own knowledge, right? So encryption technology allows you to encode and decode transactions that are flowing inside the blockchain network. In our daily lives, when we do online shopping and when we conduct e-commerce transactions, you will notice at your web browser there is a padlock icon or logo on your URL, right? And that actually indicates that your web browser is actually using encryption technology to encrypt all these e-commerce transactions that is being conducted. The next item, the next keyword that you always encounter when you talk to blockchain people is the word immutability, which means you cannot change or delete any data or transactions on the blockchain. You can only append, which means you can only add, but you cannot delete, right? And that is because of the encryption technology that is available on the blockchain. It protects the data and the transactions. Last but not least, you will hear people talk about smart contracts, and they always got confused with smart legal contracts. Smart contracts are basically, in very basic term, it's just codes, computer programs that can run automatically given a set of conditions are met. And nowadays, people are talking about smart legal contracts, actual legal contracts that are actually running on the blockchain, and it gets executed when certain conditions are met, but with an added punch, they are what do you call that, legal in nature. But this is something that is still I would say far-fetched at this moment. There's already industry associations and movement looking at how smart legal contracts can be used today. And I think the potential pushback is from our legal community, where basically if you have smart legal contracts, we don't need lawyers or legal advisors anymore. So this is something that that are still we're waiting to see how it develops. Right. So how does blockchain technology works? This is basically the simplest diagram that I can find. It starts with the user requesting a transaction to be done on the blockchain. Then after that, a block is created. for the transaction. Then it is broadcasted to all the nodes, all the servers and computers on the network. So all these nodes, these computers and servers, they will validate, right, and check whether this particular transaction is valid. And once it's valid, the block is added to the chain, and the transactions get verified and executed. And how this is being visualized is here, right? This is an example of Blockchain Explorer. A Blockchain Explorer allows you to basically view in this particular screenshot all the transactions that are happening on the blockchain. If you refer to column 2, sender and recipient, you can see on the top row, that is the wallet address or the account number of the sender. At the bottom one, the one right after, is the receiver, right? So from here, you can see 2 accounts or 2 people or 2 companies or entities, they are transacting, right? So the transaction is, the sender is sending this particular amount of named cryptocurrency, and the fee for that particular transaction is 1.3 ZEM, which is a named cryptocurrency, right? So from here, imagine you can have these particular capabilities, right? It looks like a ledger because it has all the features of a ledger, right? And all these transactions data are all protected, and you cannot delete it, right? And this is a powerful feature because you are not basically going to be able to tamper with all the evidence or any transactions that you record on the blockchain. And this is why it is being utilized for a lot of applications, a lot of use cases, right? Especially when you have 2 parties that are not trusting with each other. Some blockchain people would refer blockchain as a trust engine, and I tend to quite agree with them on that particular topic because it doesn't need 2 trusting parties to transact with each other, right? But when they have basically a blockchain network or blockchain protocol in place, they can basically do that safely and securely. These are the advantages of blockchain technology. As you can see from the previous slides that I've shown you, basically it can provide you a single source of truth in your systems. And by that convention, it also means that all the transactions that are happening on the blockchain, you can basically trust them, right? And with that capabilities, blockchain can also advantage of fraud prevention. You can basically reduce or prevent fraud from ever happening. No rogue entities will be able to, simply try to the blockchain, and because of that, you'll be able to minimize risk related to your to the data and the transaction being done on the blockchain. And as you can see also, it is transparent. It promotes transparency. You can see which accounts, which user accounts or wallet actually doing something on the blockchain, and you can see the timestamp, you can see the date, right? And what are being transacted. And I addressed the part that it's tamper-proof. It is protected by encryption technology, and in some cases, it's quite fast and efficient, right? If you transact with blockchain technology. And the theory is because you don't have people like banks, people like payment gateways, in between, but you have blockchain to allow it to happen immediately. And these are the potential use cases, and the how you can deploy blockchain technology within your own environment. You can do it as a permissionless or permission, where you basically have a very open public blockchain, and also a private enclosed blockchain network where you want to basically for your own purpose and for your own ecosystem, right? And you also can have hybrid models, right? So you can see the examples of blockchain protocols out there, right? They are like Bitcoin, I mentioned earlier, and Ethereum, which is one of the famous blockchain protocols out there. They are basically public blockchains, and I don't think banks will be, will be allowed to use them given the concerns by our central bank. But there are experiments being done where banks and certain regulators are actually exploring private and closed blockchain network for specific purposes, right? I mentioned earlier, blockchain is being used across industries, in a lot of use cases. I think the most famous ones will be cryptocurrency and cryptocurrency exchange. But there's also use cases in e-commerce, supply chain, even in healthcare. But today I'm going to stick specifically with agriculture or sustainable agriculture. The potential of blockchain in agriculture is huge. On top of helping it's potentially be able to help us reduce food waste. It's also going has a big role and potential for us in food security and food safety, and also food fraud, right? Which in the case of food fraud, it costs the global food industry 30 to 40 billion annually. And this is a study done by Rockefeller Foundation with the Ohio State University. In terms of, these are some of the examples of blockchain technology and sustainable agriculture. These are some of the global startups. They are building their blockchain projects to serve the agriculture sector needs. Some like Ripe.io and TE Food, they are actually looking at traceability. This is a famous use case in the agriculture sector. In their particular instance, they are thinking of enabling consumers to verify the journey of the food product from farm to table or to customer, and that way they'll be able to help reduce waste and keep products fresh. And this is also important, especially when we're talking about food safety and quality assurance, right? Where you can have visibility of data and movement of products or agriculture produce from farm to the customer. Okay. Some of the use cases actually there involve crop insurance, which is something that Agrobank is thinking of launching. We call it Agro Takaful, right? It's in the final stage of approval from Bank Negara Malaysia, our central bank. And there's also other more than 150 startups globally looking at how blockchain can help with our sustainable agriculture agenda. The one in particular that I'm going to elaborate a bit more, and given the time constraint that I have, is Moi Coffee. Now, Moi Coffee, they have this wonderful idea of disrupting the coffee market, right? It's a huge market. As you can see, it's controlled by large conglomerates, large corporations like Starbucks, and a lot of other companies that are basically in the agriculture value chain. And the sad thing is 80% of the world's supply of coffee is produced by roughly 25 million small farmers, right? And this is according to data by Fairtrade. So you can see that is something that is quite worrying in this particular picture, where you have large corporations, strong companies, very powerful companies with powerful lobbies against smallholders, poor farmers and growers from poor countries, right? So this is something that Moi Coffee found recently, and they're in the business of fixing the broken coffee industry, right? So they want to roast coffee in coffee growing countries rather than bringing the coffee crops, and by these large corporations out and be roasted elsewhere. And by doing so, they are keeping jobs within the coffee growing countries, right? Secondly, they want to help coffee farmers earn a living income from their beans. In the coffee industry, it is known that the large corporations are basically depriving these poor coffee farmers and growers for a better, fair income. They also want to promote sustainable farming practices that protects forests and habitats. and last but not least, to bring radical transparency to all that they do, right? And they call this fair chain. So they have a blockchain technology to basically support their business and create this what you call the unique selling or unique competitive advantage. So as you can see, if you scan that QR code from Moi Coffee's packaging, you can basically, being provided with data, transparency, historical data on that particular batch of Moi product. So in this here, you can see, this particular batch comes from the growers and farmers, and you can see, Moi Coffee actually putting their proof there, whereby they are, for instance, they are buying this the coffee crops from this farmer above the market price, right, and this is where they can basically, using blockchain technology, they can basically show that we are doing what we claim we want to do, and we are helping these farmers, to be sustainable and profitable economically, right? So that is basically what we have today, what I have for you guys on the topic of sustainable agriculture with blockchain technology. So I'm open for Q&A.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andy, for the informative presentation on the blockchain technology and also sustainable agriculture. I hope you all enjoy and gain something and learn something on the blockchains. Okay, referring to the first slide that mentioned by Mr. Andy, how he relates sustainable agriculture to this tool. I kind of like it, where meaning that every leg of this tool should carry equity of economic profitability, environmental health, and also social and economic equity. And also when Mr. Andy mentioned about the advantage of the blockchains, meaning that it can be trusted, fast and efficient, and it also transparency because it mentioned all the timestamp and also the date. Okay, now we have a few questions on the floor. Okay, first is from Mr. Ganesan. Okay, is a bank like Agro, Maybank, and etc. provide funding or grant for startup farmers who are into agro?
Very good question. I can speak on behalf of AgroBank, but not Maybank and CIMB. AgroBank is, just go back, check a bit. It's actually our agriculture bank, and we were set up back in 1969 with a specific mandate to look at and grow our agriculture sector in Malaysia, right? Structurally, we report to Ministry of Finance, but our direction is determined by Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry of Malaysia. And because we are a bank, we are regulated by Bank Negara Malaysia. And basically, we are in the business of providing financing, right, or agriculture loans to our agriculture community in Malaysia. So if you're in aquaculture, or you're growing, durian, or if you're, rearing some tiger prawns, we have all the respective financing products that we can offer to you. However, when it comes to, something related to e-commerce or even to digital, this is something that we have yet to, as far as I know, have yet to offer, and we noticed that because these kind of fundings are basically being offered right now by MDEC, right? So they have a, what you call that, a digitalization fund or grant, where farmers or even SMEs will right? SME used to have similar kind of grant or funding program in the past, where they give away 15,000 ringgit worth of grant, right, and to farmers to basically buy computers or come out with their own e-commerce website and etc. right? So at this moment, AAGBS we don't have it, but we have taken note of that quite recently because other banks are actually entering into our, our territory and stealing our customers away. I hope that satisfies the question earlier.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Andy, for the answer. Then we have a next question from Ashraf Nizal. How far blockchain technology being utilized to cater efficiency in agri-commodities, and thus this can impact in overall sustainability journey? Is it a long way to go if we only focus on smallholders in agribusiness? Instead, agencies like AgroBank should heavily engage in larger commodities business to pampering all those cattle businesses? Yes.
Very good question, and let me try to let me attempt to answer because it seemed to be like 2 to 3 questions in one, right? It seems like the question implies something like jihad memerangi orang tengah. That is something at Mafi, that we always hear about. The main focus of AgroBank is, of course, our small farmers and holders and growers, and they are actually the ones that are, having the largest number in Malaysia. The large corporations, they basically quite okay, right? And they basically most of the time they don't need AgroBank at all. So we are not talking to them or try to help them whatsoever. But we are more concerned on the welfare of our small farmers and growers. And this is also the focus of the other agencies under Mafi, like Pharma, right? And I know personally from Pharma that they are already have a blockchain project in the making, looking at traceability and helping building customer profile, credit profile for our farmers. For everybody's information and understanding, a lot of our farmers, small-time growers, they will not be able to get financing from conventional banks because one, they're not, most of them not financial literate. They always transact in cash, right? And because of that, we don't have their data in secrets or CITOS, which is basically our credit profiling systems, right? So we need to find other ways on how to basically offer them grant and evaluate them. Banks are governed by Bank Negara Malaysia. We have a lot of regulatory process in place, right? So that we don't fall and offer financing to unscrupulous individuals or corporations. So we need to have a separate capability to be able to validate and verify our farmers, right? In order for us to be able to give them agriculture related financing, right? Did that answer some of the questions or did that answer all?
I think yes, you did answer all the questions. Okay, then we have like 1 minute left, so we just squeeze in one last question.
Sure.
From Nurul Hazlina from UMP. Okay, the question is, what criteria does AgroBank looks into when screening loan requests or applications related to the agrotech businesses?
That's an interesting part. And this is something that is currently work in progress. We don't have the set of criteria yet for any agriculture startups that are incorporating these disruptive technologies, right? I say yet because we are part of the strategic business plans for 2021-2035. We were supposed to come up with something, a new set of financing products that are catering to this new kind of new age farmers or growers. And I also have friends that are actually looking at aquaponics and integrating blockchain technology, IoT, and analytics, right, in order to get a competitive advantage. And he was asking me, okay, does AgroBank have financing products that can cater to my business nature? I said, no, not at the moment. So we actually recognize that particular pain points, and rest assured we are currently looking at it actively. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Andy, for answering all those questions. Actually, we have more questions on the floor, but then we keep it later and we will email you for the response.
Sure.
And thank you for the great presentation. We learned a lot from you. It was a pleasure to have you with us today. Okay.
You're most welcome.
Okay, thank you. All right. So to those questions that Mr. Handy haven't answered yet, we will keep it your questions and we will reply back to you by email after the events, hopefully. Okay. And all right. However, thank you for the overwhelming response. We really appreciate it. All right. Keep it going. Okay. All right. So we're moving forward to our third speaker. Okay. Allow me to introduce him. He is someone that related to something that we're familiar with. If we always make online transaction payments, this speaker might have something to do with it. He is a visionary, forward-looking entrepreneur, and he is a distinctive game changer of the e-commerce landscapes. With over 25 years of experience, he is mentor to the industry players, customers, partners, and tertiary students. In recognition of his contributions, he was named the Technopreneur Excellence Award presented by PICOM ICT Leadership Award 2016. He is also a former advisor and e-commerce Malaysia Deputy Chair for PICOM. And not only that, he was also appointed the adjunct professor at University Kebangsaan Malaysia. He is here to share the topic on entrepreneurship in digital transformation era. Please welcome Mr. Chan Kok Long, Executive Director and Co-founder IP88 Group.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I would like to thank UiTM for inviting me to share experience. This topic is very, very interesting. Being an entrepreneur for the last 25 years, I'm not going to pamper you with slides. I want you to be in a boardroom where we face some crisis. The crisis is what is the future of business and what is the future of work. And I want you to listen as a manager, jot down the information, jot down the challenges, and also jot down the proposed opinion. And if can, please ask me as many questions as possible. Being in the industry, especially in digital payment is the mother of all disruption. Now, before we talk about the future of business, as well as future of our workplace, the way we work, we must know why we need to have such topic about future. The reason is very simple. Change is always constant. Now, technology is changing. We must know why we need to embrace changes, as well as if we don't take
I think we might lost Mr. Chan for a while. Can we wait a few minutes before Mr. Chan resume back? Hopefully he can manage the communication. Okay, yes. Mr. Chan, you are just losing just now.
Okay. I think my internet connection got some little bit challenges, but it's okay. Life is always full of challenges. When there is a internet down for a few seconds, I will just pause. Now, let me bring you back the reason why we should explore the question of future business as well as future workplace. Now, the first and foremost is because of technology, evolution, plus mobility, plus connectivity. Now, the first speaker, Mr. Patty, has shared a lot on data analytics. That is really helpful because the data, like what Patty mentioned is the new goal. We call it the new goal. And because of that, I don't need to spend so much time to explain the importance of big data and data analytics. Now, let's look at technology. Technology continues to evolve. You look at the smartphone that everyone is carrying. That particular smartphone actually changed a lot of consumer behavior. Now, let me put this very clearly. When there is a major change of consumer behavior, what happened? There's two things. One is it creates new opportunity for those who see opportunity when there are changes. Number two, those who refuse to change, they become dinosaur. Right? That is the key. So you have been hearing things like IR 1.0, IR 2.0, now 3.0, now 4.0. And we haven't finished about IR 4.0. People are talking about IR 5.0. Now, what is IR 5.0? The Industry Revolution 5.0. We are talking about in 5.0, you have to work with robots. You have to work with machine. Machine is part of your colleague. You have to think like them, and you have to work as fast as them, as knowledgeable as them, as well as no complaint. These people, robots are always, or machine are always being programmed that it never complain. Not like human being. Everything ada masalah. Ada tantangan aja kita kata, oh, problems. Now, that is a very important statement. When your colleagues are robots that don't complain and produce results, what happened to you? If you don't follow at least 50% what robot can do, meaning to say you are no longer relevant, especially if you have skill set that can be replicated by robots or machines or artificial intelligence. So that's key, right? Now, same goes to other industry, whether it's a fintech 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, you got agri-tech 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. Whatever industry that you wish to go in, you must accept the fact that it is always evolve and change. That's why you got the 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. So this is very important. My message is, because technology evolve and change, we as a human have to continue to change in many areas, which I'm going to speak in more detail later part. Now, the things that we have to be aware beside technology changes, we also need to look at infrastructure changes. One of the key infrastructure changes that's going to change a lot of consumer behavior is 5G. Now, if you got time, please study what is 5G, what 5G can do, and what is 5G impact to our human life, and as well as consumer behavior. Now, when 5G matured, maybe in 10 years from now, you and I no longer carry notebooks. You and I no longer carry smartphone. It's everything in the cloud. You just wear maybe your spectacle, you can see screen in the air. The moment you have screen in the air, you don't need any gadget because processing are all done in the cloud. Now, why screen in the air is not practical now? The technology is not an old new technology. Screen in the air is already available more than 10 over years. Why it is now we start to revisit the screen in the air? It's because of 5G. It's because of the speed, the data communication between the touch point, user touch point, and the servers. So once it is more than 100 meg per second, things is processing as fast as a local computer speed. Now, that's the most important. That's the reason why the moment screen in the air happens, you and I will never carry anything, all right? is all in the air. So in future, you don't need a driver, everything is all automated. So 5G is very crucial. If you want to know your future career, I see a lot of students, most of you are students. If you don't really understand 5G, you are in future you will face a lot of challenges because you don't understand why suddenly this profession is no longer relevant. Like for example, when autonomous driving set in, do you need a driver? Assuming your passion is a driver. I'm not saying that you study MBA or master to become a driver. I'll give you one example. Is a very clear example. Everybody can see it now. Is the moment autonomous driving is available. Now it's not a theory. No, they are already automobile brand that produce autonomous driving. That means driverless. So do you need a driver? Same goes to other professions. For example, a surgeon. If the robots can perform a routine surgeon with 100% accuracy, do you need a surgeon to cut off some form of pulse or some form of tissue in your body? Think about it. All right. Now, technology plus data, like what Patty mentioned, it is going to be your asset. So, my dear fellow lecturers, students, and friends, data is the new diamond, new gold. It's a new tool. If you don't learn how to analyze data, make full use of data, in future, you are totally lost. I give you one clear example. Now, without Waze, I think most of us are lost, right? So, with Waze, we always find the shortest route, time from point A to point B, the fastest we can reach the point A to point B. So that is the power. Waze is one of the example of the result of big data. Now imagine 5G set in, everything you do, whatever thing you do is all in the data, and people will actually predict with high accuracy how human behave, what human being going to do next, what consumer will do the next hour, the next minute. Now, all these are very, very important because the moment you know what humans want, you can sell them a lot of things. You can make a lot of money out of it. You can actually build an industry out of it, right? So that is the key. Look at Grab. Grab know exactly what you want. That's why it built a super app. It become a now it's no longer a unicorn, it's a decacorn. So it's a big conglomerate with deep pockets, right? Now, second reasons why we must embrace changes is speak to the market. Now, everything you can think of now is no longer like 20, 30 years ago. If you got a good idea, you can debate the idea for the next 2 years, then you spend another 1-2 years to actually from idealization to proof of concept, meaning you develop a product or a service. You can take 2-3 years to actually come up with a new product and services. Now, if you got idea, if your product and services does not launch in the market within 6 months, what makes you think that people don't know about your idea? All it takes is that you just mention a word, people can start Googling your words. From your words, it leads to another. People can say, okay, you say driverless. People can Google what is driverless. Then people can Google what is impact of being driverless. What are the economy contribution, the factor? No, the moment you put all these things, you can start to see opportunity. So now the key is speak to the market is very important. That's why we have to change. Businesses have to change. That's why this topic, when you mention the future of work, business and future of work, to me is 380-degree change, right? If you don't embrace this change, I have to use this word, sad to say, you might be another dinosaur. Now, the third reason why is like what mentioned by Patty as well as Roy is the global changes. You look at geopolitical, you look at what happened when Russia and Ukraine war. You see, physically, the soldier don't come to Malaysia, but the impact of our economy, for example, there's a lot of substances like certain raw material that produce lithium-ion batteries is produced in Russia. So the shortage of these elements or material, it actually bring down the semiconductor industry. If you look at the stock market, why semiconductor companies' share price dropped tremendously? The reason is very simple. You cannot produce some chips. If you don't have certain chips in your ecosystem, your whole product and services cannot be delivered. Imagine your handphone without one of the memory chips. Can you use your handphone? Even though you got a lot of memory, but the chips that actually control the memory, the usage memories and all this is not available. So that's very important. So now it's no longer where things happen out of Malaysia, nothing concerns us. Let me tell you, the world now is very small. It's like balik kampung, right? From one country to another country, you must know what is happening. When China and US, there's a lot of trade war happens, then you start to see there are certain polarity in terms of certain countries support America, certain countries support China, and I'm not trying to be politically inclined in this speech here, but what I'm trying to share with you is all these political changes actually impact us, right? So now with technology, you can get information easily. You cannot close your eyes or close your ear that, oh, I don't want to know. I don't know. There's no such thing. Whatever happened out of Malaysia is also important to us as well. Now, next is the why. I'm still talking about why. The millennials are born with computer chips. They are very tech savvy. You don't believe me? I just came back from Bali. This small toddler is only 16 months old. And during the breakfast table, I see the 16 months old toddler keep on browsing the mother's smartphone, and she even know where to click, which icon to click, and then she start dancing again, right? He follow the instructor know how to dance, and that's only 16 months old. Now, if you look at me, I'm a Gen X. This year I'm 56 years old. At 16 months, I think I'm still looking at the guli or gasing. Still wonder how to play guli and gasing or what.
I think we lost Mr. Tan again due to unstable connections. Let's wait until he resumes back.
I'm back. Okay. Now that is very important. So you cannot use your old ways of pleasing your new customer called the millennials. So millennials don't believe in advice from human being. Millennials believe in Google. Millennials believe in tech space. So your advice have to channel via digital space. That's key. That's why countries are talking about digital transformation. The thing is very straightforward. If we ourselves don't embrace digital transformation, our society don't embrace, the country don't embrace, what happened if the moment the country not embrace, the country will be dinosaur as well. That means no other country want to do business with us. Next, information, the why, I'm still talking about why. Number 5, this point number 5, information is easily accessible over the internet. Now, this statement is a very powerful statement. Now, no longer you can say something without facts. You cannot say something just because you are older. I give you a lot of example. I got 4 kids. Now, I cannot say something that I don't have solid backing on my answer. Whenever I say it, my son will say, Dad, are you sure you are saying the right thing? No, the Google say that first, your definition is wrong. Second thing is, are you sure there are use cases? Are you sure there are this? Now, that is very important. What I'm trying to tell you is now knowledge is the key. It's no longer like my parents. You know, I'm a Gen X. My parents is like God. They know everything. Because the moment you question them, their answer, straight away they use rotan and shut you down. They always use the rotan as a veto power. Right? Now, the millennials are no longer like this because now even a toddler, 16 months old, carry a handphone, a smartphone. You can imagine everybody. I'm sure now whatever I tell you, you can Google search. Right? If I tell you what is IR 5.0, you can Google search when I talk about interacting with robotics and machines. Right? So that's very important. Now, the 6th why, all right, is disruption are in every industry. If you think that you want to choose one industry, like for example, you say, oh, agriculture, senang aja, I just go to tanah, I correct lubang, I make sure the soil is able to use, I tanam. Then I use the production or all the pesticide and insecticide and all these things. Now it's no longer. Disruption is happening in every industry. All right. Now, what is disruption? Disruption is basically incorporating technology, mobility, data analytics. As I mentioned to you just now, the millennials, all these are the key of disruption. Okay. Now, of course, of all the disruption, you must know is payment is mother of all disruption. Now, this is very important. I'm sure some of you will be a potential entrepreneur. Some of you will want to be a startup to become a billionaire. Now, whatever disruption, whatever technology you want to apply, or you want, or certain pain point that you want to address, whatever technology you don't have payment, is nothing great. Let me tell you, what's so great about Food Panda? What's so great about Grab Food? You study the history, Grab Food, all these, the idea of ordering online or ordering over the phone or ordering, pre-ordering is nothing new. Now, why during our grandfather time pre-ordering doesn't work? Because they can pick up a phone, order the restaurant a 10 packet of nasi lemak. Okay, I'm going to come at 6 o'clock to pick up. 99% they've forgotten that they ordered. The poor restaurant have to prepare 10 packet of nasi lemak and waiting for the customer to come and pick up. And 99% they always got a reason why they cannot come. Reason including, oh, I'm so sorry, you are my friend. I not that I done it on purpose that I don't want to come and pick up my nasi lemak because my grandmother, 98 years old, just delivered a very healthy baby. Sampai grandmother 98 years old pun boleh deliver baby as an excuse not to come. All right, I'm using this very extreme to tell you is whatever reason is a good reason not to come. So why Food Panda, Grab Food now is become so popular? You order, you place order, you make payment. The moment payment masuk my pocket, masuk my account, whether your grandmother give birth, whether you come, whether you don't come, does the restaurant owner happy or not? He's very happy. He will prepare sharp 6 o'clock. The nasi lemak is very panas. You can come and pick it up and eat on the spot or whatever. So it's all about payment. The moment payment being made, you will find ways. Even banjir pun, you will berenang, go to the restaurant and pick up your nasi lemak because you already paid. Am I right? Right? So whatever you do, payment, digital payment is key. Not because IPAD we are in payment. Reason is I want to touch on this point is because I see a lot of, so to speak, startups. They got good technology, good platform, but at the end of the day, why good technology and platform doesn't work? It's because at the end of the day, you need commitment for delivering of the service. The commitment is always payment. You sudah bayar, I do everything. You tak bayar, okay, kita tunggu, right? So from there, you can see that companies that embrace digital or data will be mega big, right? You look at companies that embrace technology. Look at Tesla, look at Amazon, look at Shopee. You just name it. Any company that embrace technology with payment, right? As well as collaboration and see the world as one market. That company always a mega size company, like what Patty as well as Roy mentioned, right? Companies that embrace technology, these are become mega unicorn or decacorn or whatever the names that given. All right. From the why, let me share with you two very obvious trends. Trend number one, this is very important. From business perspective, if companies don't embrace digital transformation, guess what will happen to them? They will be dinosaurs. They will definitely disappear. Look at Kodak already disappeared, right? Companies that don't embrace technology. I give you one simple example. Imagine if you talk to a company and you say, hey, you don't have a website, you don't have a mobile app, so you feel very strange, Hey, betul kan ni, you tak ada website. I need to check on your company, those kind of things. A simple website, if you don't have, straight away, it will actually bring down your confidence, consumer confidence towards that company. Now people will say that if you don't have digital presence, people will question, hey, this company betul ke? Is it fake ke? There's a lot of fake news, fake company, everything fake product. So company also can be fake. So those companies don't embrace the digital transformation or technology. I can be very sure that this company will be definitely lose out and at the end of the day disappear. Now, this company will definitely don't have competitive advantage. Why? People want to know about your company. You don't expect me to travel all the way 10 kilometers to look at your shop. Now people want to know your shop straight away using my smartphone. Where is this company? With Google Map, with the satellite image, I can actually look at the shop. Some can even give you real time. So there will definitely no competitive advantage in terms of pricing, in terms of product innovation. There's no global market access. If company don't have all this, you think this company can survive? Even the Makcik Kia now embrace technology. You see some Makcik Kia at the roadside, they accept digital payment. First thing, you will be very impressed. Wow, you can accept touch and go. You can accept Boost Pay. What if next time Nasi Lemak say, hey, I can accept credit card? Will you be impressed? Right? So all the Nasi Lemak say, oh, you buy 100 ringgit, you can buy now, pay later. Lagi bagus. You see, all this technology and innovation change the way you do business. So the next door, Makcik Kia don't have digital payment, don't have buy now, pay later. Will you buy from that shop, or you will buy from a nasi lemak? You buy for the whole family 60 ringgit. You buy now, you pay 30 days every day. You pay 5 ringgit. Would you want to buy from that machikia or the machikia with the digital transformation? You decide. So that's trend number one. Business not embrace technology will be gone for sure. Two, now is very related to you as a student, because you guys are definitely going to go into the job market. If student and employee don't learn about technology and or digital knowledge, you know what happened? You are irrelevant. Why? Right? I will tell you the reason in length. Why, if you don't know about digital as well as all this innovation, you are irrelevant. I actually want to tell you in length in later part. So now you know the two major trends. Let me go to the first detail about the future of doing business. Now, the future of doing business, of course, all business will actually go through the change process. That's for sure. Number one, let me share with you from business perspective, business functionality. Every business will do R&D. What happened when companies that embrace technology? With R&D, starting with R&D, with huge data, connectivity, and technology, what will happen to your research and development? It will be faster. Instead of you take 1 year to study the market, to study the consumer pain point, now you can study the consumer pain point on market less than 1 month, less than 30 days, or less than 3 months. So it will be faster. Then next thing is there will be more in-depth study. Now, dulu, if you want to do R&D, if your R&D become in-depth, it always costs you a lot of money and costs you a lot of time. Now, because of information are available everywhere, you don't believe me, you can sit down, one word, you Google search, you can come up with 100 over 1,000 responses, right? And every responses, they even give you example and so on and so forth. Now, this is very important. Now, what is the impact when your R&D can become faster as well as more in-depth? Meaning to say, now your R&D will be more accurate, more detailed. Now, those who do research and development, especially research, if you can have more data, your research are more accurate, all right, more detailed, the impact is always good. Number two, product innovation and development. You see, from business perspective, company used to invest a lot of money to understand consumer behavior, to understand what consumer wants. Now with big data, I know exactly how this consumer behave. Let me give you one example. Electrical bike. In future, electrical bike or EV will be the future. I hope you all agree or not. Now, EV are powered by
We lost Mr. Chan again, but hopefully he will resume in a while. While waiting for Mr. Chan, I think we can recap a few points that Mr. Chan has shared with us just now. He mentioned.
Yes. Okay, EV
yes.
are powered by application. Now, application will tell exactly with all these location. When you ride a EV bike, for example, the apps will tell exactly how you spend your time in the morning. You ride a bike near to a bakery shop, how long you spend in the bakery shop, then you go to Mid Valley, how long you spend in the Mid Valley, and so forth. Now, all this data is so powerful. If I know that every morning you will stop by before you go to work, you stop by a bakery shop, meaning to say your breakfast is always either bread, cake, or some nasi lemak or whatever, the things that you can buy in the bakery shop. What's stopping me to entice you to go to another bakery shop with buy one, free one, right? You see how powerful is that, right? The product innovation and all these things. So you must know the moment your product innovation is being powered by technology and apps, it's also very scary. People will know exactly what you do, and people can even tell you from these hours you definitely need to drink teh tarik. So what's stopping me to give you a marketing voucher? You buy this teh tarik brand, buy this with this promo code, you got 10%. You just log in. You don't even need to go to the shop. No, straight away with the WhatsApp, you just click, then your shopping cart came out. You just select how many packet you want to buy, and with digital payment, you make payment. Tomorrow you receive your coffee. Now you see, digital payment is mother of all disruption. The moment they send you information, click here to make payment. Once you click here to make payment, the rest are all history, because the supply chain, the logistic will deliver to you. Make sure your coffee will reach to your house first thing in the morning, or maybe in the afternoon or in the evening. Now, next is from business perspective.
Sorry to interrupt, but actually your time, we kind of short of time.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
okay. But I give me 5 minutes. I want to touch on this. This is very important to the student. Number one is the future of work. Employees are expected to know everything. You are no longer say that, oh, I'm an engineer, saya tak tahu about accounting. No. Because why? Because information knowledge can be accessed easily and abundant. So because of that, your mindset is you must know everything. That's number one. My advice to you is continue learning. Observe your surrounding. You cannot say that people doing this, you don't care. Number three is ask question. Ask question. Don't ask with older generation, with due respect. Talk to more younger generation, the young people. Observe the toddler 16 months. Why? How the toddler know how to do all this browsing in the smartphone? Observe. So because of that, you will learn a lot of things. Everything is new to you. Point number one. Point number two is speed to complete a job. If you are in the job and you no longer is, oh, I get back to you tomorrow. I finish it tomorrow. No such thing. Now, if the boss give you this job, the boss will say, can you give me in 15 minutes? Right? Now, third point, accept the fact that your special skill and knowledge are no longer a secret. Now, last time people know, it's like, I know how to bake this cake. Ini recipe saya, secret. No longer secret. You want to bake cake, you just Google search the recipe. Malay recipe, Chinese recipe, Indian recipe, American recipe, semua ada. And number three, my advice to you is what you know, you must apply it and continue to improve. That's very important. Because whatever you know, you must accept the fact Google knows better. That's the fact. All right. And knowledge must be passed on, and accept that your knowledge is, if you don't pass on, is a waste. And my final point is employee mindset. Your mindset now when you come out to work is nothing is impossible. If you tell your boss, hey boss, ini tak boleh buat, you are irrelevant, because history already show with technology, all this. People now are sending satellite, like sending passengers. Elon Musk is SpaceX, all this sending satellites. 1 month they can send 30 satellites. Okay. Now, lastly, 1 more minute. Opportunity are tremendous. Look at digital bank, right? Look at blockchain as what mentioned. blockchain and crypto is two different things. Crypto is being heavily regulated, but blockchain as a technology is something that's going to change. A lot of change the world. Number 3, data analytics. Number 4, ESG. ESG is not just environment. You also need to look at social as well as governance. Now, one aspect of the E, the environment, is learn about battery, because every electrical vehicle need battery technology, lithium ion and beyond, right? So with that, thank you so much. Because when I start speaking, there's a lot of things. So I hope you all can ask questions if you want to know in depth, because when you mention about digital transformation is so wide. I hope I give you all some insight about the changes in future business as well as changes in your employment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shah, for the interesting presentations. Some recap for what you have said earlier, that technology and data is the new asset that we should recognize, and everyone, not only reflect the individuals and organizations, the country itself should embrace the technology and also digital transformations. And this collaboration also is a potential for the company to become a mega unicorn in the future. Right? So we have a few questions on the floor. We only will pick 2 questions because the time is not enough for us. So the first question is by Ashraf Niza. Since Mr. Chan mentioned just now that we need to be brave and eager to embrace changes, suppose the digital infrastructure, especially for data security, should be our next big focus, since the enable digital apps that are growing in Malaysia. What is your opinion?
Okay, you see, data security, there's no such thing as anything to do with security is 100%. Even now, how secure we are. You still hear about people being robbed physically, snatch thief and all these things. So similarly, go to digital. Now, data security is an ongoing improvement, right? There's no such thing as, today I have technology that I can prevent hackers. Because hackers continue to evolve also. Hackers continue to learn, all right, new technology to a new program to hack into a new system. So data security is an ongoing thing. Same thing goes to a country security. You still need the police force. You still need the army, all right? Same goes to digital. So now there's a lot of companies are providing cybersecurity to protect us from the digital space. And you cannot too worry that, I only go into digital space when everything is so secure. In life, there's nothing is so secure. Do you agree? So it's a process. So you must walk through the journey, all right? So no need to worry too much, because the good thing about digital thing is if there is a breach of security, you can actually trace back, all right? If people just rob you, you can't recognize the face of the robber. It's very difficult for you to trace who is the robber, where he stays, and so forth. But with digital, whatever you do, even the place that you hack, the URL and so forth, all this can be traced, right? So my point is, cybersecurity is ongoing. You cannot too worry about this. If you are too worried about this, you will lag behind in terms of embracing digital transformation. Second question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chan, for the answer. The second question is kind of interesting. Okay, the question is from Daniel. This question is IP88 looking into investing in new startup?
Okay, IP88 as a company don't invest in startups, but me as a co-founder, I actually invest in many companies. Personally, I also invest in a fund called Ficus Capital. It's a Sharia compliant fund. There's a lot of opportunity in Sharia compliance. You can actually Google search Ficus Capital, FICUS Capital, or you can text me. I can introduce the managing director Hidayat as well as Vinanyo. They can share a lot of this investment opportunity. Personally, I also invest in companies in Indonesia, in Malaysia, mainly towards building up companies that build database, company that build consumer base. To me, the consumer base are the most important. Company, once you got the database of the consumer and you know this consumer in and out, you just imagine if you got 1 million consumer base, every day you try to make 10 cents, you are making 100,000 a day. If you can make 1 minute, you are making 1 million a day. So the mathematics is always very interesting. So I do invest and I do a lot of mentoring. Now I invest more on a scale-up company rather than startups. I do mentor a lot of startups from MyStarter, from MDEC, and many other government agencies.
Okay, thank you for the response. And we go for the last questions. Okay, the question is from Lin Halim. What are your thoughts on digital divide and social demographic disparity in Malaysia? We can see digital payment coverage is still insufficient to reach all levels of society.
Okay.
Where the bottleneck is in infrastructure readiness. How do we?
I think the person who asked this question should
How
work for the government.
demographic grab?
Yeah, I think the person who asked this question should work for the government, because these are the questions that we are being asked on the digital divide. Now, let me share with you, we have to break the digital divide into many segments. First and foremost, the rural areas. Now, the digital divide happens is simply because the most basic infrastructure, broadband, that internet access is limited. Imagine people have to climb tree in Sabah or Sarawak to access to internet. Now, imagine you stay in KL, the moment no electric, no air pun tak apa, but your handphone no broadband oh, macam tak boleh tahan dah. Your life is like is in danger lah. You don't believe me, the moment your house internet down or internet not functioning, first thing you will jump, right? If rumah tak ada air pun tak apa, 2 hari pun tak apa, you can go to Perigi or where to what. So that's very important. So the digital divide between the urban and the suburban is because of the infrastructure. So the government is pushing, especially MCMC is pushing the telco to provide more and more all this broadband accessibility as well as platform technology. Now, the next one is talking about the user. Don't worry about the millennials. Millennials, as I mentioned, is being born with computer chip. Even a toddler 16 months can start browsing the Android. You don't worry about that. You only worry about our grandfather, our people like me, the Gen X, Gen Y, and the baby boomers. Now, these are the generation, they are still, they got this fear of using digital space, going into the digital space. So the only way to actually bridge this gap is education, all right? Education, as well as give them simple digital platform. Now, one area I can see the closing this digital gap will be when Machikia start to accept digital payment. So our grandfather, even at Kampong, he want to buy a pisang goreng, and the pisang goreng seller said, "Hey, Pakcik, can you pay me in touch and go?" So he has no choice but to learn about how to use touch and go pay or a boost pay. So that will help to actually speed up the adoption of digital usage by the older generation. And the next thing is the policy by the government. Let me share with you, we are very blessed, Malaysia government, be it Bank Negara, be it MDEC, be it MCMC, even the Prime Minister itself believe in all this digital transformation. And because of that, a lot of politicians are pushing Malaysia being a digital hub, ASEAN digital hub. And I'm very, very sure all universities, you will have definitely an innovation center, a tech center, a digital center, whatever you call it. So these are the initiative by our government, as well as and come to digital, embrace technology as well as digital into our life. Even the opposition as well as the government, they can see eye to eye in this aspect. And because of that, Malaysia being very prominent in terms of technology leadership in ASEAN, all right? You see what happened in Malaysia. Whatever technology, you will see that is available in Malaysia. But if you try to even go to a country like Vietnam, not necessarily all the technology they have. Same goes to Indonesia, even though they are the largest economy. Now, IPAD, we have office in Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Cambodia. I can tell you the difference, right? So we are very blessed. And because of the visionary of the government in terms of the digital hub, this is something that's going to drive Malaysian for a better digital economy. That's for sure. That's why all students, if you don't learn about digital, you will be irrelevant. Start off with 5G. Learn about 5G.
I do agree with Mr. Chan. We have to embrace the technology and we have to keep up with the pace of the technology changes. So I think that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chan, for answering those questions and for the great, interesting sharing sessions. We really appreciate it. Actually, we have a lot more questions and it's all very relevant. I couldn't choose which one is the best, but we will keep the question later and we feedback through email. Okay, it was a pleasure to have you with us today, and we hope that you can stay through the end of the session because we're going to have a speaker photo shoot of the day. Next, moving forward to the last speaker of the day. Okay, allow me to introduce him. Okay, our last speaker for today is someone that we can relate to in every organization. This speaker has spanning over 2 decades of career in different industries. During his tenure, he has taken a few assignments in Switzerland, South Africa, and Philippines before returning home in Malaysia in 2014. He has been awarded 4 global professional certification in human resource. He also attained an international recognition when he was conferred the upcoming personality in Islamic Finance 2017 award at GIFA at Kazakhstan and CHRO of the Year award at the World HRD Congress 2018. So he is here to share topic on title Future of Work, Worker and Workplace. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Farid Shah bin Muhammad Basir, Chief People Officer of MBSB Bank Berhad.
Assalamualaikum. Terima kasih, Azra. A very good morning to all as well. Now, first and foremost, thank you very much lah. Ni Hari Raya. So it's good to see all of you wearing baju Melayu. But by the way, you know, in Johor we don't call it baju Melayu, kita panggil baju kurung. Siapa only Johorian can understand that. Now, what I'm going to do, because the 3 speakers, I think I must recognize the organizer of this particular webinar, because you managed to coordinate with speakers that relevant with the main topic, which is the future of work and business. Yeah. So I think some of the slides that I have, I will skip it because the previous speakers have shared about IR 4.0, about digitalization, about digital transformation. By now, I think all of you know the difference between digitization, digitalization and digital transformation, my focus will be having discussed about all these changes as individuals. So I was told by Azra, thanks Azra. So the audience consists of lecturers, consists of executive from various industry, as well as students, MBA students. Thank you very much for attending this particular session. I think despite that we still in our Hari Raya mood, we organize this particular session to share. Now, what important is not to just understand what will be the future trend. More importantly is how we can survive and sustain these particular changes. Hold on, yeah. Okay, can we go to my first slide? So by the way, I'm wearing the hat not only MBSB Bank. I'm the Vice President of Malaysia Employer Federation, MEF. I've been in the council, in the board for the last 7 years. I'm also the board of director for Malaysia Productivity Corporation, MPC, as well as I'm the president of World Mentoring Society. So I'm wearing different hats because I think I strongly believe at this point of time, it is crucial for us to invest in ourselves. Because if you look at the webinar title, it's all about growth in business, right? Before we grow the business, the first thing that we have to invest on, and most of us neglected, is to invest in ourselves. So that's the first thing that you need to do before you start to grow the business. Grow yourself, and to grow yourself is to expose and continuously learn about digitalization, about all the future trends. Yeah, so I think I must recognize all of you that take your time, not take your time, you make time, because sometimes this is what I keep telling people. Yeah, we must know our priority. Just like reading Quran, don't read Quran during your spare time. Spare your time to read Quran, because remember, at the end of the day, all of us, we are spiritual being experiencing human life. We are not human being experiencing spiritual experience. It's two different things. Because at the end of the day, yeah, bila kita mati, I think kita selalu takut mati kan. Jangan takut mati, takut yang lepas mati tu. Sebab lepas mati tu kita tak mati-mati. At the end of the day, whatever that we do now, we are preparing for the afterlife. My first slide share about IR 4.0. I think all of you know about Industrial Revolution. Yet, what I want to highlight here in IR 4.0 or 5.0 is all about digitalization. And this is for the first time, the focus will be empowering people. So that's what I want to highlight. In the IR 4.0 or 5.0, whatever that you may want to call it, digital transformation. In the past, the revolution focusing more on how we can empower the corporation, but more importantly is how we can empower the people. It's not only about profit, it's about people, and it's about the planet, the 3 Ps: people, planet, as well as profit. So the focus will be on empowering people. When we talk about empowering people, I want to share with you a staggering statistic in the next slide. Do you know that? Let's go to the next slide. The top 1%, yeah, of people. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, the top 1% own half of the world health. Yeah. So the world wealth basically owned by only top 1%. If you look at the number of billionaires, 26 people own the same as 3.8 billion people. So only 26 people own, yeah, they earn more than half of the poor humanity. Can you imagine that? Yeah, these people, of course, as you know, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett. Yeah. Now, another thing that we need to address recently, for example, the latest news, Elon Musk acquired Twitter, 44 billion, right? At the same time, Sri Lanka need 43 billion to help, to assist, to rebuild the country. To the extent that people say that why don't Elon Musk acquire Sri Lanka and rename it as Ceylon Mas, because the old name of Sri Lanka is Ceylon, yeah. But this is a staggering fact. This is the reality of life, which all of us have a responsibility. I can share with you, if we put this same data in Malaysia, it will be the same. I give you a simple example, yeah. If you remember, when I was young, fresh graduate back in 1994, I earned 1,005. But can you imagine, even now in 2022, a fresh grad only earned 1,005 as well? After almost 30 years. That's the reality. And 1,005, 30 years ago, compared to 1,005, 2020 is different, right? In the past, nasi lemak, I think 50% you will dapat, but not anymore. Yeah? So that's a staggering fact that I want to share. If we go to the next slide, this is another thing which is very interesting. Yeah, because of the disruption of the industry demand. In the next slide, you will notice that, yeah, 7 million jobs no longer existed, yeah, no longer exists in traditional industry. But at the same time, because of the IR 4.0, 2 million jobs were created. So you have a net loss of 5 million. So what going to do with this? What are we going to do with these 5 million people? And bear in mind, this will further increase the financial divide, as I have shared earlier. And this is the data that I use I got it from World Economic Forum, and WTW Tower Watson survey back in 2019, they predicted by this year, yeah, half of our all employees will need to upskill and reskill themselves, because the core skill required to perform will change by 42%. So by 2025, the human share of labor hours will go down from 71% to 58%. Now, I'll give you an example. Even in my case in HR, when I come in, I noticed that there's a lot of transactional process in HR. What we have done, we digitalize it. It's pretty easy to digitalize the HR process nowadays. Now, we have pivot the role, the jobs in HR itself. Yeah? So in the past, there's more focus on transactional. The focus now is how this job, we can pivot it to be more of transformational rather than transactional. The word is transformational. If you look at in a bank, yeah, I can share with you in BSB Bank, you divide the workforce into three: the front office, middle office, and back office. The front office supposed to be the big chunk. The middle office supposed to be the lowest share. But having said that, organization that yet to embrace digitalization, yeah, you will notice that there will be a lot of transactional roles. Imagine when we introduce robots, robot not necessarily at the manufacturing floors, yeah. Robots also refers to robotic RPA, process automation. RPA, I think all of you know about RPA. I'll give example, a simple one. In the past, let's say currently you use Excel, you always use your mouse to click. RPA will follow and imitate that. That's how easy it is, yeah, to robotize, to digitalize your process. Let's go to the next slide. Now, the reshaping of jobs. Automation, RPA, increasingly become the norms. It demands new skills. It also requires diverse workforce. But one thing that I want to share here, 65% of children entering Darjah 1 this year will end up working in a job does not yet exist. Can you imagine that? 65%. When they graduate, the masuk primary school Darjah 1 this year, when they graduate in 2030, they will be doing jobs that have not existed yet. Yeah. So the question is how we are going to prepare these students. Is MBA relevant? Is degree relevant? So this is something that we need to reflect. I'll give you an example. Yeah. You will notice that when we talk about digitalization, we cannot run away from associated with innovation. Agree? Betul tak? Innovation. Yet, if you look at 4, 5, 6 years children, I think some of you have your sisters, brothers at this age. They are very innovative, isn't it? They are very creative. But then what happened after they go to school? After they go to universities? What happened to that creativity and innovation? This is where we have to really reflect. Is our education system relevant for future of work? Because why? Instead of when they join the organization, yeah, they add value by innovating and being creative. For those that already, most of you, I believe, managers. The challenge in Malaysia, I noticed that. I work in several other countries. I've been out of Malaysia for 8 years. I experienced this. The line managers, this is where we have to remind ourselves, what is the main role of line managers? Line managers, they are not only functional managers, they are people managers first. And in Malaysia, it is not our culture to nurture and develop people. We only expect them to deliver. We assign the task, we assign the assignment, we expect them to deliver, but we don't spend time to nurture and develop our people. It's something very crucial. That's the corporate culture that we are facing in Malaysia now. Yeah. So if you go to the next slide, let's go to the next slide. I think Mr. Chan has mentioned about robo gig economy. I think this is some statistic which is very important. As of now, we have 4 billion mobile users. Even in Malaysia, our population is 33 millions, but our mobile user more than that. So basically, any of us, you have 1 or 2 phones. Yeah. So that's something about robo gig economy. Now, let me share with you the shift in terms of future of work. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, this is a shift. Now, in the past, we look at job security, but now when we talk about future of work, we look at employee security. COVID-19 have revealed this. Yeah, in the past, we look at lifelong learning. What we are looking now is more on open talent economy. So it is quite common for the millennials to be in a job 1 or 2 years. You don't expect them to stay. Yeah. And then in the past, we always look at top-down change, but in reality, future of work is all about open source change. When we talk about benefits, when we work in any organization, we look at benefits that where one size fits all, but in the future of work, we talk about one size fits one. We customize, we are very employee-centric, yeah. And then in terms of engagement, we always talk about engagement, but in reality, it's all about experience. And now, instead of productivity drive wages, now we talk about wages drive productivity. These are some of the shifts. Let's go to the next slide. Now, this is very important. Yeah, let's talk about millennial. The millennial, based on the study by World Bank, Malaysia by 2030, half of our workforce will be the millennial. So people like me, Gen X, we will be no longer relevant. The millennials, people like you, this is where they have redefined. We had to pivot. We had to reimagine the future of work. The what is work itself is going to change. Why they work will change. Where they work will change. And how they work will change. And when they work will change. So it's not about permanent jobs, it's all about gig jobs now. The why, more millennials, it's not about the organization. They want to understand the purpose, how they can add value in that organization. Where they work doesn't matter. You can work from anywhere. COVID-19 have demonstrated the capability and the potential of hybrid workplace. When we talk about when they can work not only from 9 to 5, we have introduced flexible working arrangement, and how basically we need to embrace the life work. Another thing that we need to understand is it's all about continuous learning. We need to unlearn, we need to learn, we need to relearn. It is the new illiteracy. Yeah, it's no longer about read and write. It's all about whether you can learn, whether you can unlearn, and you can relearn. And it's all about learning agility. Learning agility is very important, and focus on 70-20-10. Yeah. So let's go to the next slide. I'm running, I'm going through. So the 3D skills, future of work, you need 3Ds, whatever field that you are in. We talked about data earlier. I think the first speaker talked about data, and then we talked about digital. Another thing is design thinking, the 3Ds. Design thinking is about how you can basically come up with innovation opportunities by looking at unmet customer experience. Yeah, so that is design thinking. These are the 3Ds, the future skills that you need. Yeah. Now, I just want to end by sharing with you the career development model in that slide. Yeah. So people will ask me, they always, when I go to career talk, Farid, how I want to progress in my career. And this will be my advice based on the career development pyramid. In order for us to progress in our career, regardless whether it's IF 4.0 or 1.0, 2.0, it's all about growing yourself. Yeah? How you're able to invest in yourself and how you can grow your career, and you have to take charge of your career. There are 3 factors for you to progress. One is the core factors, non-negotiable. You must have these 5 factors. The next one is accelerators. What are the factors that will accelerate your career? And the third one is opportunity. These are the 3 factors for you to progress in your career. Yeah. So we can discuss this in the Q&A. And finally, my last slide before I pass to Azra for Q&A. The last slide, this will be my 10 tips on how you can take charge of your career. I've shared this slide with you, but one thing that I want to emphasize here is do not expect different result by doing the same thing. That's number 9. So more often than not, we expect only a fool expect different result by doing the same thing. We have to be innovative. We have to find new ways of doing things. Yeah. And another thing is number 10, we need to be proactive, not reactive. So these are the 10 tips on how you can take charge of your career. Now, maybe one last thing that I want to highlight from this 10 is tip number 7. Perfection is not expected of you, but excellence is. Yeah. So people always say, kerja itu ibadat, isn't it? Yes, kerja itu ibadat, but there are 5 factors to make sure that it is ibadat. Yeah. For example, kerja itu mesti halal. Well, one factor that people have not looked into is al-ihsan. Al-ihsan is where you have to work and you have to demonstrate excellence. Yeah? Kalau you kerja sambil lewa, I can tell you, or doesn't add value, kan? Tak kira ibadat. So with that, I would like to pass back to Azra. I would rather that we have more Q&A discussion with regards to this particular topic. Over to you, Azra.
Thank you, Mr. Farid, for the interesting sharing sessions. And it kind of opened my eyes as well when you mentioned about that 65% of standard 1 this year will be doing a job that not existed yet, because my firstborn is like standard 1 this year, and that made me thinking that okay, he's not don't have any secure job at the moment now, so that's going to be our responsibility, our generosity, responsibility to create that job. That meaning that we have to embrace the changes. We have to adopt these transformations. And one more key point that I would like to highlight when you mentioned that adopting to changes, meaning that we should willing to learn, unlearn, and relearn. because everything now is not same as previous before, right? Okay, now we open the floor to the questions. Okay, at the moment now we have a few questions coming in. I read the first one from Mr. Ganesh. Okay, the question is, how's the organization changed after the pandemic? Flexible hours, etc. In US, a lot of employees has quit their job after pandemic because they feel the company not meeting their expectations. How's the situation in Malaysia, in your opinion?
Thanks, Azra. Yeah? So this is where I can represent Malaysia Employee Federation. Great resignation, unlike Europe and US, North America. Malaysia is not really affected by that. Of course, we have seen the resignation, yet in terms of number, the market attrition is at 6%, which is just like pre-COVID. Yeah, so nothing to worry about. Now, another thing, I know there's a lot of feedback with regards to flexible working arrangement, FWA, hybrid workforce, work from home. But having said that, I remember that I shared before, there are two things. One, there's no one size fit all. Yeah. So now you have different sizes that fit one. Depends on, we have to be employee centric, because there are people that would like to go to office. There's still people that would like to go to the office. We have to address that, yeah, because they miss, when you work from home, there's isolation, there's no engagement, yeah. So at the same time, if you think about it, the second part is, please don't fall into the trap of this versus that. We always fall into the trap versus or, yeah. We need to shift from or to and. What if, because I'll give example. Is it work from home or work in the office? We always look at all. More often than not now, we are in the world of and. Can we work at home and we can work at office? But then the question is, who should decide on that? Yeah, so these are the two things. Yeah, we cannot fit in one size fit all like before. Second one is, let's shift from or to and. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Farid. That's like a very direct to the point. Your answer is because we are now keep on arguing about this FWA. And when you're saying about one size fits all, I do agree on that. And you are right also, where we should change the perspective from all to end. Okay.
Yeah.
And then we go into the second questions from Lynn Halim. When we talk about future and reshaping of jobs, we cannot ignore the current aging population in the workforce. With the fast adoption of digitalization and digitizations, what is your view on the speed of adoption and productivity of this demographic?
Okay. Now let's share some data. So I'm representing Malaysia Productivity Corporation. Our aspiration is to be a high income nation, right? Yet at present we are not. Yeah. So in terms of productivity, in reality, if we compare with our neighboring countries, we are no longer as competitive as before. I think there's a lot of discussion with regards to this. You can Google it, you can search it. So now our focus is how we can accelerate our productivity. What will be our competitive advantage? Yeah. So this is where I think government have taken concerted efforts through Pemandu. Yeah, how we can improve on the productivity. I'll give you an example. Yeah, for a foreign investor to set up a factory in Malaysia, they realize that it will take them 3 years just to establish a factory. Yeah, 3 years. And then when they look at the process, the why it take longer, because of all the red tapes. Yeah, the approval from the authorities, all the to obtain all the regulation requirements. So what MPC have done, they have introduced what they call as the E10 approach, where a factory can set up, they can set up a factory in Kedah just within 10 months, from 3 years to 10 months, because it is a very important decision an investor need to make. Yeah. So within 10 months, you're able to start your business, your operation, then you can already get your return on investment. So that kind of approach. So why I'm sharing this, this is where as Malaysian, regardless of what are your role in your current organization, always remember how we can add value. Remember, the productivity of Malaysia is a collective individual contributors like all of you. Agree? Betul tak? So if all of us continuously challenge the status quo, continuously add value, continuously improve our process, as a nation, we will prosper. So that's why data is very important. I'll give you an example. Malaysia, 33 million population, our civil service roughly around now 14 million. So that's something that we need to ask ourselves. It's not about whether it's right or it's wrong, but how we can use that particular ratio to accelerate our productivity. Yeah. Thanks, Azra.
Yes, Mr. Farid, like what you're saying is it's our responsibility actually want to accelerate these adoptions or changes, right? If all of us can add value, so we can make sure that these things can happen. All right. So the next question is from Alia Abbas. What are the areas that we could look at to prepare our teenagers and younger children for the future job market? I think this is related to what I'm saying earlier from a concerned parents.
Well, I have two daughters, and I have one grandchild. I have one granddaughter. Now, this is where we have to embrace the learner-centric approach. What is learner-centric? All of us have our own profile. We have our own learning style, isn't it? So some of us, they are more kinesthetic. Some of us, they are more visual. Some of us, they are more auditory. Yeah. So first thing first is to understand what is the learning style of your children, because we cannot impose one style of learning to all children. No, all of us learn differently. If you remember, some of you doesn't enjoy study physics, yeah, or at maths. Some of you will enjoy history, because that's our profile. The way that we are created, we are hardwired to different profiles. Some of us, we are introvert. Some of us are ambivert. Some of us are extrovert. For me, I'm an introvert. I do like things like this, frankly, yeah, as a profile. But that is my aspiration, to be a chief people officer since I graduated. So I learned the skills, how I can communicate, how I can become an introvert, extrovert. But if you ask me, Farid, are you enjoying this? I'm not enjoying this. But then this is where one thing that I need to share, all of us need to be comfortable with the uncomfortable, with the uncomfort, yeah? Because, for example, I'm not comfortable doing presentation, but there's a bigger purpose to this. I need to equip myself with the right skill. So the question how to prepare your children is first to understand your children, to understand what's their profile, what are the things that they enjoy, yeah? What's their passion, yeah? And then from there, from their learning style, from their passion, equip them with the relevant skill. And one of the skill which is very important is continuous learning, how they can obtain learning agility. Learning agility is about how you're able to unlearn, learn and relearn. At the same time, how you're able to apply whatever that you have learned into your life. Yeah. So this is relevant when we talk about universities. Yeah. So the question that we ask, what are our expectations from universities. Are we preparing students or graduates? Are we preparing them for jobs, or are we preparing them for life? Remember this, two different things. Because if you notice that the argument always, the graduates are not prepared for jobs. For me, I couldn't care less as long as the universities are preparing them for life. When you prepare them for life, whatever future of work, they're able to embrace that. So this is where, personally, as a society, we must inculcate the culture of nurturing and developing others. We can start from home. We nurture and develop our children. Yeah, because like it or not, I'm being critical about myself as well. Sometimes we treat the school like a nursery, because you need to go to work, so you send your children to the school. Yeah, but we never check their homework, their assignment. How many of us really go and sit down with their children, do their homework? It's not that many. Yeah? So don't treat the school like a nursery. It should be a learning space. And as a society, we should create a conducive climate that nurture and develop our future global citizens. Thanks, Azra.
Thank you, Mr. Farid. One key takeaways from your answer just now, which I would like to recap that, are we prepare them for jobs or we prepare them for life? But in my opinion, we can change that all to end, right?
Yes, you are right.
Yeah, we can prepare them both actually.
Yes.
Okay, so we have 3 minutes left. We take a last question. This is from Dr. Carol, our advisor. Okay, there is a lot of industry mashup like technology and retail. What implications would this trend have on talent management? And can we expect to reimagine remote work into the future?
Okay, there are two questions. One is remote work, another one is when we talk about the mesh. Yeah, this is where, as individuals, we need to embrace the T-shaped career. So, what is a T-shape? Yeah, T-shape. All of us, you must have the depth of one function. Let's say I'm in HR. I should have in-depth know-how of HR, and then I must have complementary skills. That's why you have the T-shape. Vertical and horizontal. Look at the T, yeah. So you have the vertical and you have the horizontal. So when we talk about vertical, you talk about your technical know-how, the in-depth technical know. You must have in-depth. If you are in HR, you must have in-depth HR. You must know how to do job evaluation. You have to know how to do talent acquisition, employer branding, industrial relation, employer in-depth. You must know all the employment laws, all the legislation. You have to understand that. Now, you must also acquire complementary skills. For example, I'm in banking, so I need to understand about the financial act, the Sharia. I need to understand about digital. These are all complementary skills that you need to have. So regardless of what industry that you're in, as individuals, you must embrace the T-shaped career. Have the depth and have the breadth. That's one. Now, when we talk about remote working, I think there's a lot of discussion about this. It's a choice. Remember, no one size fit all. It's a choice that you need to make. Of course, Mr. Chan has mentioned about the digital divide. Connectivity in Malaysia is a challenge. So that's the reason I worked in TM before. So I was the CHRO of Telecom Malaysia. Why I moved to telecom, because it gives you the digital mindset. That's the reason why. That's why I choose to move to the bank, because as you rightly mentioned, when we talk about digital transformation, the biggest industry that invested in technology is basically banking. So I make that choice of preparing myself with the right and relevant experience. Yeah. So remote work, when you think about it, there are so many factors to this. And I think we have agreed rather than or we have to look at N as well. Thanks, Azra.
Okay, I think that's it from Mr. Farid. Thank you very much for answering those questions and for the interesting sharing, which we can totally relate because everyone is into this new norms and also this human resource thing. Okay, it was pleasure to have you with us today. So with that last presentation, we are almost at the end of this enlightening sessions. But before we end this webinar, I would like to invite our organizing chairman, Mr. Arif Izzuddin, for closing remarks.
Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera. Distinguished speakers, Dr. Carol and dear participants, we have now come to the end of the webinar. And first and foremost, I would like to start by thanking all four of our speakers, Mr. T, Mr. Andy, Mr. Chan, and Mr. Farid, for their excellent and valuable insights. It has indeed been an honor for all of us here to learn and gain knowledge from such accomplished individuals. We have already heard extensively from the speakers through their presentation, and there are many takeaways. In summary, Mr. T, he explained on the importance of data in today's world and how it should be utilized in businesses and organizations, as well as the challenges in adopting digital transformation. Our second speaker, Mr. Andy, he touched on sustainable agriculture and how the application of blockchain can benefit various stakeholders across the supply chain. I must admit, trying to explain how blockchain works can be a bit dry and on a Saturday morning, but kudos to Mr. Andy for explaining using layman terms. I'm sure all of us, the participants, are able to make sense of the subject. Mr. Chan, he shared on how, among others, we need to understand 5G, the importance of embracing technology, and to make ourselves relevant by acquiring multiple skills and not be another dinosaur. And finally, our last speaker, Mr. Farid, he provided very interesting statistics during the start of the presentation on the prospect of work for the next generation. Also some alarming statistics, for example, the great divide in the world's wealth distribution. He also touched on the reshaping nature of work, the 3D skills required for the future of work, as well as some practical advice and tips on taking charge of our career. Ladies and gentlemen, before I end, I'm glad to announce that today's webinar, we have more than 90 participants joining our webinar today. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here, albeit virtually, and spending some time in your busy schedule during this Raya celebration period to join the webinar, as well as actively participating in the Q&A session. I noticed there are quite a number of participants from other universities. We have students from University of Malaysia Pahang, UPM. We have some from UTM, also from UiTM. For those students, if any of the subjects you are taking requires you to organize a webinar or any workshop as part of the course requirement, I have a good piece of advice for you. Get the best organizing committees that you can. I did, and it is thanks to them that this webinar has been a success. Thus, please allow me to take this opportunity to thank my fellow classmates who have been instrumental in organizing this webinar. They have been working tirelessly, they have been working meticulously, and they have been giving their full commitment in planning for this event. Without your input, ideas, and discussion, this webinar would not have been the success it has. And it has been more challenging trying to simultaneously juggle work and studies and what more during Ramadan and Raya season. I still remember when we had our first dry run. It was on Thursday night last week, which also happened to be the 27th night of Ramadan. So malam ke-27 Ramadan tu, ialah masing-masing sibuk nak beribadat kan, tapi kami sibuk nak buat dry run. But I think that is testament to the fact that everyone tried to give their best and is fully committed to make sure this webinar runs smoothly. There's only 15 of us in this class, and for that, I think it's only fair and befitting for me to mention the names of each and every one of them. In no particular order, I would like to thank Adli, Izzah, and Azra, who are part of the PR team. Azra is also our moderator today. Big thank you for moderating the sessions well and keeping things both under control and reasonably on time. Our logistics and protocol subcommittee consisting of Farahin, Intan, and Suhaili. Our ever-ready technical team, Musaddiq, Kushairi, and Amirul. Ainuddin and Norin were in charge of repertoire. Thank you as well to Alia, Lin, and Farhana, who respectively act as the Deputy Chairman, Secretary, and Treasurer of the Organizing Committee. And last but not least, to our lecturer, a special thank you for your advice and guidance throughout the 5 weeks we have been together since the start of the semester. To end, I would like to share a quote from Charles Darwin, which is pretty much relevant with our discussion today and very applicable in today's rapidly changing world and full of uncertainties. He once said that it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. So adapt we must for us to survive, or else we'll all be dinosaurs. That's my own quote. Again, thanks everyone for your time and participation, for your ideas contributed, as well as your attention throughout this webinar. It's been a pleasure being with all of you today, and I do hope you have gained new knowledge and benefited from the earlier sharing. I wish you all a blessed day. Sekian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam. Arif, if you don't mind, can we switch on our video and take group photo, gallery view? Yeah.
Sure.
Before we doing that, we will go into that. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Arif, for the closing remarks. For you guys' information, Arif is actually like the first we know him in the class on the first semester. He's kind of introvert person, and he also admit it. And like Mr. Farid said, you're also starting from the introvert, right? So did Arif. And when we heard his speech today, it's kind of like touching our heart. Actually, it's our first time hear it, and it's actually true from his heart. And kudos to Arif, because you actually have convert from introvert to extrovert. And good job and congratulations. Okay. Before we end our sessions, we hope that on behalf of our organizing committee, we hope that all the panelists can complete a feedback poll in this WebEx application. It's supposed to be appear on your right panel on your WebEx by Slido. Your feedback would be using for us for our future evaluation for our webinar. Okay, and at the same time, okay, since everyone is already turned on their camera, the speakers and also the panelists, hope the technical team can ready to snap the photo. Anyone? Okay, smile.
Smile. Freestyle, please.
Okay.
Okay, done.
Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. On behalf of organizing committee, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you and appreciate your presence. We hope this sharing session will benefit to all of us in our future. With that, we end our webinar today.
Thank you, everyone.
Hope to see you.
Thank you, everyone. Selamat Hari Raya.
Thank you.
Have a good day. To the panelists.
Okay,
Thank you to the speakers.
Thank you.
Yes, very good job
Thank you,
done.
everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
guys. Take care. Have fun. Selamat Raya.
Thank you, Mr.
Bye, Alia.
Thank you, Mr. Bye. Bye, Dr. Shah. Bye, Dr. Carol. Bye, Andy. Bye, everyone. Selamat Raya. Selamat Raya.
Selamat Raya. Selamat Raya. Okay.
Get the polls done. Get the feedback.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Dah boleh leave
Dan speaker dah keluar. Participants. We stay, right?
Oh, we stay Okay.
For
Ada yang
Mirul.
kata leave ke?
Mirul. Nak unmute Dr. Shah kan?
Participants still living. So
Dr. Syed angkat tangan.
You remind
jangan
us to do
cakap,
the poll.
Can you
jangan
unmute
cakap
Dr.
secret
Shah?
Unmute Dr.
apa-apa.
Shah, please.
Get the polls done.
Alright.
Okay. Good job, guys. Oh,
Okay,
yes.
already
Yeah.
unmute.
Dr.
Very
Shah,
good
you're free
control.
to speak. You're unmute
Good
now.
control. Yes, good control. And I love the speakers session. All the
Already
topics
unmute.
jive. All the topics jive together, you know, and somehow the whole thing was, you know, given the speakers taken, you selected the speakers randomly and the topics they gave randomly, but the information all jive together. So this is a very good outcome of the webinar. I think one of the best that my students have ever organized, honestly, honest to goodness. Okay, good job, guys. And despite the short time, you know, we managed to pull it all together, right? I'm so proud. I'm so proud of you, right? So keep it up. Tomorrow, as I say, we'll start the session and probably aim early. Just a wrap up, post-mortem, and then gather all the points that you want to put in your report. And then those who want to present for assignment 5, that will be tomorrow's class. Okay, right? So meantime, yeah, thank you. And I see you tomorrow. Good job, guys. I'm so happy. Now everybody can relax, huh? Relax, get chill, good. Boleh chill already. Okay, go enjoy your raya.
We have another lecturer, which is our previous lecturer, Dr. Shashina Saad, joining us. Maybe Dr. Shah want to say something?
Oh yeah, Shad. Mana?
You raise your hand.
Shad. Dr. Shad. Kan I know her. My old pet. Oh, mana? Tak ada.
She's mute back.
Oh, then maybe you can. She wants to say, let her say. Yeah.
And she has laughed.
Okay, all right. I think it's okay.
Okay. Maybe she will write something. Yeah. Get feedback from her. Operations, right? Dr. Shatina? Yeah, operations management. Okay. We'll collect the polls and then collect all the Q&A, you know, those that you need, some interesting ones that you want to forward. And then the PowerPoints, if the participants do ask, attendees ask, we can give it to them. But I'm not sure the recording. Recording we're going to put on YouTube, right? Moose?
Yes, once this session ends, the recording will be available in the WebEx. We will download it and upload into the YouTube and the AAGBS.
Dah stop dah ni tak, Mus?
Not yet. Still recording. I think we can trim it.
We can share, yes. Knowledge is to be shared, huh? As I say, the future of work and future of business, no more secret. Everything is open source. So we can share everything. Okay, all right. So thank you and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Doctor. Bye-bye, everyone. Good job.
Thank you semua.
You future, jangan
Thank you.
lupa. You future.
Oh my God, lupa. Betul. Thank you.
Thank you. Tak sempat nak tengok apa.
Okay, thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, terima kasih.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Tania.
Thank you everyone. See you tomorrow.
Mus.
Yep.
Tak ramai pun jawab poll ni.
Kenapa? Poll ni susah.
Kenapa dia tak jawab?
Sebab dia kau kena buka. Kalau dia tengok email telefon, dia kena buka. Dia kena buka another macam...
Tak, masalahnya, terlampau sikit tau yang jawabnya. Mira rasa yang kita-kita je yang jawab. Ni 6 orang, 4 orang, seorang, 2 orang, macam tu je.
Itulah masalah dia.
Kalau
you participant,
sebab tadi waktu kan kita lepas sebelum ambil gambar kan lepas Arif bagi final speech tu, baru kita buka poll kan. And then masa sepatutnya poll tu kan 10 minit kalau ikut apa ni, running event tu kan. Tapi tadi poll sekejap sangat. Dah terus ambil gambar tadi. Macam seminit 2 je. Kita bagi masa. Lepas tu macam kita dah end dah macam tu kan.
Dia tak perasan masalah dia.
Sebab tu tak ramai orang jawab. Sebab terlampau
The
sekejap
best.
sangat. Lagipun susah juga nak jawab sebab kat phone.
Memang susah. Ini nak kena buka, ada tekan 3 titik, buka poll. So it's not it's not efficient lah sebenarnya. The best,
Efficient. So,
letak je link.
tapi tak, betul. Tapi ambil, download je lah result dia walaupun sikit, ambil je lah.
Download je lah, tak apa.
Alright.
Okay, thank you. Thank you Mirul. Thank you Kuchai.
Okay. Alright, thank you Kuchai. Thank you Kuchai.
Thank you everyone. Thank you team. Bye.
Okay, bye. Thanks.
Welcome.